everyone would please silence their phones, and if you choose, please stand and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
May we have a roll call, please?
Mayor West.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Durio. Councilmember Getz, absent. Councilmember Turner, absent. Councilmember Felshaw.
Present.
Councilmember Samuel, absent. And Councilmember Neal.
Present.
Thank you.
All right, City Manager, will you open us up with opening remarks?
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. And I'd like to welcome everyone to our work session today. It's more of a budget work session, but we've included some other items that we'd like to get input from on the City Council in regards to philosophies, how you want to do some things for sure. So we're looking at some in-depth discussions. Today's meeting is, again, typically about the budget. This is the first meeting of our budget process and kicking it off with City Council today. We're going to have discussions, but they're going to be like high-level discussions, 30,000-foot level discussions. We won't get so much into details. We're going to be talking about projects that maybe where we're expanding services, something we haven't had before, or against things that we'll need some input on, basically, but also give you some information on things like infrastructure. Infrastructure is a big deal, so we're having a report on our community investment plan, as we call it now, for that. This is an opportunity for us to get feedback from City Council. Today's process is a bit of a hybrid process than you're accustomed to. It's some new things that being implemented by myself and my administration, and some things that you've been accustomed to. But what I'm looking for is for council to be an extensive part of this process, where you are part of the process from the beginning. We get your feedback. I want to hear your priorities and goals today, and take those priorities, goals, and implement them into the budget. Of course, we're all cities don't have infinite dollars. We have a finite amount of dollars, so there are decisions to be made along the way where we have to prioritize some things. But we want to hear what's important to you, and that's always key. I won't tarry long unless you have some questions up front. I would like to welcome the mayor to his first City of Beaumont budget workshop.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor West. And if we don't have any questions, we can get started.
Go ahead and proceed.
Okay, with there being none, we want to lay a foundation for you. First, we want to talk about dollars, a financial update, give you a snapshot of the city's fund balances, where we are today. If you're going to talk about dollars, if you're going to talk about budgets, you need to know how much you have, or how much you have to spend, or is available. So Todd Semino, our finance director, is going to give us a brief overview of our fiscal year 2023 financial status.
All right, thank you, Mr. City Manager. So again, I'm going to take you through a very high-level review of some of our major operating funds for the city. We'll talk about some revenues and expenditures, and then the last slide, we'll kind of recap everything and show you where we are and where we think we're going to be fund balance-wise. So the main operating fund for the city is the general fund. And as you can see on the top, we have a current year budget of $145.2 million of revenue, and we're expected to receive $149.6 million of revenue. This is based on projections as of March 31st, so it's only 6 months into the fiscal year, so obviously these projections can change. But again, going from $145 million of budgeted revenue to a projection of 149, the increase is we're about $2 million ahead of pace on sales tax, And you can see, you know, in the verbiage here, we have some other increases that were not expected in the original budget. Two of the main sources of revenue for the general fund are sales tax and property tax. Each of those represent about 33% of the annual budget. As you can see, once again, sales tax has a budget all alone of $48.5 million. We're expected to get $2 million above that at $50.5 million. Property taxes are always pretty consistent. Those rolls are certified. We budgeted $47.7 million, and we're expected to receive $47.7 million. The two other major operating funds of the city are business type. The first one is a water and sewer fund. The other one is a solid waste fund. So as you can see, budgeted revenues for the water and sewer fund are a little over $54 million, and we're projected to receive a little over $54 million. You can see in the year-to-date change, it's about 8% ahead of last year, which is right in line with the 8% rate increase we implemented for this fiscal year. In the solid waste fund, this is basically trash collection and landfill activity. We have a budget of $14.6 million, and we're projected to come in under budget at $14.1 million. It's pretty hard to estimate what our landfill activity is going to be from year to year, so some of this decrease is attributed to less landfill activity than we had in a prior year. On the expense side, going back to the general fund, we have expenditures of $146.1 million budgeted. We're expected to exceed budget by a little over $1 million. As y'all know, we approved our liability insurance contract in May, and those quotes for just the liability insurance for the city were $1 million over budget. We do have some departments that are, you know, coming in a little under budget, some are coming over budget, so those minor variances between, you know, say like police, fire, public health, public works, they all balance each other out. So right now we are expected to exceed a budget by $1 million due to that insurance policy. In the water and sewer fund, we have a budget of right at $55 million, and we're gonna probably exceed just a little over $55 million. The main reason we're going over budget in the water fund is because the price of chemicals has basically skyrocketed, and so this is really just all chemicals out at the water plant. In the solid waste fund, we have budget expenditures of $14.9 million, and we're expected to come in pretty close to budget on that. Also, let me just go, you know, for especially the mayor, since he's new, in the general fund, 76% of those expenditures, so 76% of $146 million is wage and benefit related. It's dominantly service oriented. The water and sewer fund is dominantly good oriented, so it's only 23% of that budget is related to wage and benefits. Same as in the solid waste, it's another business type activity, so 36% of those expenditures are wage and benefit related. This is a little recap, just for a visual reference of the three funds I already went over. I also threw in here the hotel fund, the employee benefits fund, and the general liability fund. As you can see, especially on the far right-hand column, we're expected to exceed budget expenditures in those, well, especially in the employee benefits fund and the general liability fund, and this will be important when we go to the next slide, but I just wanted y'all to take a brief look at this. Okay, so this is where we look at our fund balance. So on the general fund, if you look at the second to the last column on the right, we have what we're calling a required fund balance reserve. So the column to the left of it, you can see where we're projecting our ending fund balance for the year. So for the general fund, we're projecting an ending fund balance of $51.1 million. Currently, we have a 20% reserve requirement on the general fund, but we would like to move it up to 25%. So what we need in the general fund with the 25% deal is 36 million. And so we have $14 million over our required fund balance. In the water fund, the current policy is to have a balance of 15%. We want that to be 20%. So we have a projected fund balance ending of $10.6 million, and we need a fund balance of 11 million. Let me back up real quick. So the required fund balance is a percentage of your annual expenditures. So if you take your annual expenditures and multiply it by the 25% of the 20%, that's how I'm coming up with the 36 and the 11. So on the water fund, we're $400,000 under our required fund balance if we move it to 20% of annual expenditures. In the solid waste fund, we'll end up $261,000 under our required fund balance at 15%. Now, why through these last three funds in here, you can see that the hotel fund is going to have a negative fund balance at the end of the year. So we need to address that as we walk through the budget going forward. The employee benefits fund, that's the fund where we capture all of our health claims, prescription costs, everything that's related to insurance for our employees. As you can see, we're projected to have a negative fund balance at the end of the year of $4.3 million. This fund has typically been in pretty good shape the last 4 or 5 years, but since COVID has ended, we believe that a lot of our employees are doing elective surgeries that were delayed during COVID because the hospitals weren't offering them. And so we're probably going to have to look at maybe some type of design change or benefit changes in our employee benefits fund if this trend continues, because that $4.3 million that we're short is usually funded by the general fund, the water fund, and the solid waste fund. Well, you can see the water fund and the solid waste fund are already having difficulties meeting their minimum fund balance reserve, so it'll probably likely come from the general fund surplus. Same thing's true with general liability. It's projected to end the year at $500,000 negative cash. So its money comes from typically the general fund, water fund, and solid waste fund as well. So again, that's probably going to have to be funded by surplus from the general fund. And with that, that's my brief financial update. Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
If I may add a couple of observations, Todd talked about fund balances and getting them to a bit of a higher level. We're at 20% now for general fund, Todd, and water fund. Typically, those are around 25%, which gives the city a lot of safety. In particular here, in general fund, we, as you heard, most of our revenue comes from sales tax. And sales tax can be susceptible to downturns in the economy. So if the economy has a downturn or we have a bit of a recession, it would provide some exposure for us there if that happens, for sure. But one good thing is that when you looked at the first slide that had the general fund revenues versus general fund expenditures, we look like we're about projected to come about 2 million or so, 4 million or so, whatever. I lost my place, above what we projected at the beginning of the year. So while general funds in a healthy place, as you heard, the water and solid waste funds are definitely not. So we're going to have to, during this process, we're going to have some discussions on what we can do to make those funds healthier. We'll be getting some analysis of our rates done. We'll be bringing that report to you, in-person report to you about that, and we'll have some discussions there. Another bit of discussion is the hotel tourism dollars. As Todd told you, you're projected to have a negative $175,194 fund balance at the end of this budget year. And you've been doing a lot of things to operate hotel tourism, using the fund balance for different projects. And that money's just not gonna be there for this next year there. So we're gonna have to make some decisions there too on how we operate and what we're doing with hotel tourism. We had an agenda item to have that discussion today, but staff dean, and they weren't able to be here today, so we'll put that back on the agenda to have that discussion with city council to see what that means for sure. But general fund looks good. You've got some challenges with solid waste and water funds for sure, and we'll be going forward working on it. Are there any questions from anyone?
Thank you, Mr. Manager. So right now, the beginning fund balance in 2023 was $48 million in the fund balance, right?
Okay.
So if you're saying we want to keep it at 25%, which is going to be $36 million, is it y'all's intentions to say that we're going to use this additional $14 million to balance next year's budget?
We don't know until I can answer this. I don't think we know that question yet, council member, if we're gonna have to use that to balance that budget. We like to be able to use some of it to show up that fund balance, but of course, balancing the budget is the top priority. So we will look at that first and to see if we're able to increase that fund balance requirement.
But isn't using the fund balance to balance the next year's budget, that's kind of a slippery slope?
Yeah, you don't want to live that way. You can't continue to live on more, bringing in, having more expenses versus revenue. At some point, you'll be in a situation where the hotel tourism line item is, you'll be in a negative. So we'll be evaluating that and looking at it, of course. We'll have to do everything we can to hold the line there as far as expenditures go. We'll get more projected revenues as the budget season goes by, the fiscal year goes by, I'm sorry. And when we meet probably in July, we'll be able to give you a better picture on it.
How long have we been keeping a fund balance higher than $40 million? You know that, Todd?
I can't remember the last time it's been below that. We've had a healthy fund balance in the general fund for a long time. There's been a lot of assistance that we get from the government as well, from CARES Act, from ARPA, things like that help out. Those were one-time funds, so we do got to watch that going forward, but it's been healthy for many, many years.
Well, thank you.
And remember, 76% of the general fund's budget is payroll related. So there's ways to not use fund balance to balance the budget. You can hold vacancies, for a couple of months rather than filling them immediately, and that has a big impact on the budget.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Manager, with some of these things spiraling down, and we don't want to keep going in this direction, pulling from the general fund, what contingencies are in place to see if we never get to this situation again? Because, there's three categories. Do we have any contingencies in place, or do we have a presentation that we may see in the future to see if we can not go in this direction, or what can we do as a city?
Well, as we begin this project, this budget process, we're beginning to see these things and identify them. They hadn't been identified so much before, although Todd does a great job of keeping a running total. But as we identify them, then we'll come up with plans to rectify them or provide relief for them. At this point, it's been an identification, and we still will yet to identify what those, some of those things to resolve it are. I wouldn't be overly concerned about it. This happens. This happens with cities, and you just have to adjust every year. Priorities change, things change, fund balances change, and you just adjust, and you'll be able to resolve the situation typically, unless a recession or a big downturn happens.
Any other questions?
Todd, you mentioned, did you say 76% was employee payroll benefits? Do you know off the top of your head what we're budgeted for as and concerning the number of employees, and how many employees do we have now?
I believe the budget is 1,329 employees, and the vacancies, they change from week to week, but it's probably an average of 4 to 5% vacancy.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. City Manager, would you lead us into item 2?
Thank you, Mayor. Next, we have on the agenda a presentation or demonstration on our Fusus camera technology system. Many of you have seen this before, but this is one of those things that will be new or expanding services. This is for public safety and the police department. The city of Beaumont is looking at possibly doing this project, but also partnering with others in the region, including school district in Lamar and other police departments, et cetera. So today we're going to have a presentation on it. We have Mr. Richard Ring with Fusus Technology here to give us a presentation.
Thank you very much, and thank you, everybody. I'm going to step back from this one while everybody out of their seats. Thank you for having me here. Mayor, congratulations on your victory, and Chief Singletary, thank you for arranging this. I'd like to kind of start out, we're going to do a brief presentation about what we're proposing to bring to Beaumont. And one thing I'd like to point out, I think it's very important, because it's a rarity, and I've been with this company for 3 years, retired law enforcement myself. The chief and his team that he's assembled has basically, they're doing it the right way. They've realized that partnerships are very important, and they're involving the college, Lamar College, the Beaumont ISD, as well as the Port Authority to bring this to this potential public safety initiative to Beaumont. So kudos to him for that. I've got a very brief presentation. I'm going to go over some of the highlights of what the platform will bring to the area and how it's going to make Beaumont safer. And then we'll have some time for questions, I guess, if there's time permitting. So I'm going to start off with a real brief video.
This facility is a tool designed to help our city in response to crime and in some instances to prevent crime.
The new system is in partnership with Fusus, a software company that allows businesses and the public to connect their own surveillance cameras to the system.
That is only through a voluntary participation into the system.
Salem, it's my honor to welcome you to the future. Glad to be here today and to dedicate the Real-Time Crime Center here for the city of Winston-Salem. With today's world of rising crime rates, and particularly the violent crime, and the fact that you're understaffed, the chief and others have made decisions and come up with ways to perhaps use technology to help close the gap.
It's quite literally a neighborhood watch of the 21st century.
These stories are hard proof that fighting and preventing crime in the 21st century requires a 21st century approach. My message to all listening is this: your participation is truly invaluable in aiding our police, our firefighters, and first responders to rapidly respond to criminal activity and emergency situations.
An innovative technology that helps to keep our businesses, apartment buildings, and any entity in the city safer. It'll certainly give our residents and our guests the assurances that Gary, Indiana is in fact a safe place.
Just some testimonial from our partners. One thing, it kind of is the fabric of our company, is that we heavily rely on community involvement. We want to bridge the gap between public safety officials and what the community needs and help them arrive at a safer community. So who is Fusus? We're basically the number changed. It's about 180 agencies now, everywhere from Miami Police Department to Newark, out to California, and even to Hawaii, and that number continues to grow. We've got, one of the things that our platform does, we call ourselves a Switzerland of real-time crime centers. We basically integrate all types of different technologies into a single pane of glass or a single featured pane of glass so that law enforcement, whether they're in a real-time crime center or whether they're in their patrol cars or on their phone, can access this technology and be able to use it to benefit their attempts to service the community. We are an end-to-end service provider, so from start to finish, we're going to be with you, make sure that every step is, every little box is checked off, and that you get the platform that you actually want. We're built by law enforcement, for law enforcement. Probably 75% of the folks at Fusus are retired law enforcement or former law enforcement or military. We use that to our benefit because we want to build a platform that is designed and will help law enforcement. We're a completely open platform, which means basically anything that is out in the ethosphere we can bring into our system and use it for public safety. We're usually up and running in 90 days. We're going to help you solve today's problems today. We're not going to have you wait for years to have it installed. And then the biggest thing, I emphasize this one more time, we're going to help the community bridge and work with local law enforcement to make the community safer. We are the most widely used and trusted real-time crime center in the country right now, with over 180 installations.
Welcome to Fusus, the industry's first cloud-based, rapidly deployable real-time crime center. Fusus integrates all major public safety technology investments into a single pane of glass, synthesizing real-time intelligence to enhance first responders' situational awareness and decision-making capabilities. Community-owned cameras are combined with video management software, drones, departmentally issued cell phones, gunshot detection systems, and license plate readers. All this information is integrated with the department's 911 dispatch software via a rules-based engine designed to ensure the real-time crime center lives in the hands of agency crime analysts and its field-based users. Fusus brings intelligence to the field by operationalizing video. Officer locations in relation to a call for service, live video to and from their mobile devices, encrypted chat channels, embedded floor plans, and suspect video sent directly to responding officers contribute to the agency's capacity for critical incident management. Setting up Fusus is fast, requires minimal hardware, and has no activation fees. You simply plug a Fusus core into your existing camera or network, and within seconds, the video feed is analyzed, securely encrypted, and transmitted either by an ongoing live stream or on demand based on an alert. Fusus AI at the Edge technology efficiently analyzes video right at the camera, saving precious moments by delivering an automated media payload based on the call for service. And unlike other systems, video and alert sharing is completely controlled by the donor location. For example, schools may choose to limit video sharing to emergency situations, like an active shooter event. And the camera itself can be shared based on the priority of the call, an associated sharing policy. In an investigation, police can automatically request footage from all nearby businesses at the click of a button. And camera owners can securely share recorded as well as live video feeds to aid in the investigation. Incident video and data is stored in a CJIS-compliant vault for investigators. And additional video evidence is easily collected via a pre-configured camera registry map of all the public and private cameras in your region, along with a multimedia tip line for the public. The Fusus Real-Time Crime Center in the Cloud is a mission-critical hub that enhances the situational awareness and investigative capabilities of law enforcement agencies, keeping officers and community members safer.
So I'm going to talk a little bit about the functionality. I'm not going to get into too much of the weeds, but I'd like you to understand what the police department is going to have and what the college and the schools will have. Fusus One is basically an operating system that allows folks to see all this data in one location. A lot of police departments today have systems that are siloed. They have a bunch of different information systems they have to sign on to get information. With the Fusus platform and Fusus One, we enabled an officer or a person working in the real-time crime center or somebody at the school or somebody at the college to actually access that information without having to leave and go to any other location to get information. The Fusus Registry is a free platform for the community to engage with law enforcement. Some folks say, you know, I've got cameras. I like the police department to know that I've got these cameras, and I'd like to help in their efforts. I'm not sure I want to have them have complete access to my cameras, but I'll take this first baby step. So we do that with the Fusus Registry. We collect their information about their camera system. We collect their name and some contact information. And then what we have is we've started the first phase of a partnership. We've got that information. The police department, this gets plotted on a map. So if there's a crime that happens in this particular part of town, the detectives can go and circle some camera icons, and they'll be able to communicate directly with these participants, the registry participants. The registrant will get an email from the police department saying, hey, we're working a case of attempted child abduction near the park. Can you send us video from this time to this time? The community then has the option to take a look and see what they've got. If they have something that they think is useful to the police department, they can directly send it to the Fusus platform. They don't have to, the police don't have to go out and knock on doors and ask for video. They can do that without having to do so. So it streamlines it. It makes it super simple for detectives also, because they don't have to go out and look for an IT person. Let's say it's a business. They can just go, click on the button. It comes, the IT person gets that email, and the IT person sends the videos directly to the law enforcement platform. Fusus Tips is going to be a tips line. It's not an app. You can publicize a phone number, and it gives the community a means to communicate with the Fusus One platform. So folks can, if they see something suspicious or they see something unsafe, they can send tips directly to the Real-Time Crime Center. And then the police or whatever agency is responsible for that particular deficiency can handle it. So that's a very important, another community initiative. Fusus Notify is within the platform, and I'm sure y'all have never had hurricanes here, have you? I thought that just happened to us in Florida, but it's a tool for the chief and for the city to be able to use and send information, updated information to folks that opt in. You don't have to participate in it, but you can opt in and then be notified when there's things that might affect your safety. The panic alert. This is going to be really, really useful to the schools and the college, but it's also useful to businesses. What it basically is, it's an app on your phone, and it allows the user to basically be connected to the Real-Time Crime Center in the event that they're in distress. They hold that SOS button, and then what happens is the Real-Time Crime Center, likely before a 911 call is made, knows that there's somebody in distress at a particular location. Along with that location, there's a tab on the platform that the user on the platform can push, and it takes them directly to that location. If there are cameras nearby that person in distress, those cameras auto-dock. So now the person that's in the Real-Time Crime Center or the person responding can see what's happening, okay? We're not done yet. In addition to that, we also open up a channel of communications between the person in distress and the Real-Time Crime Center. They can use their phone to stream what's happening. If there's a fight between the rugby team and the football team in the cafeteria, they can send that, and the police knows exactly what's happening. It's not an active shooter, it's more of a student involved incident. So you can have measured responses. Also kind of think of this as a tool for your community. You may have folks that are frequent victims of crime. You decide, the chief will make a decision whether to allow them to have that access. They would have those same tools, the ability to have a means to let people know that they're in distress.
I have a question.
Yes.
So this is mostly focused on crime, but I'm seeing how an application could possibly be used to help with our EMS situation. We've been told that a lot of people use EMS basically as their first line of medical care. Maybe it's not really the type of an emergency that warrants a unit going out there, but if they have this app, would it be possible to allow someone at the 911 call center to make these determinations and evaluations as to what level of care needs to be sent to assist the citizen? Is it something that we can use to basically help us with our triage process, which is something we're talking about doing with telehealth in our EMS?
A fantastic question, and I'm remiss because I've kind of set the stage that this is only law enforcement. We have a lot of partners that involve the fire department as well as EMS in this effort. Giving them access to street cameras when there's a crash, they are able to access from the fire truck those street cameras and see what they're going to. Another part, and I'm going to dovetail into your conversation about that ability to evaluate a person in distress or a person that needs police or EMS. We have a new feature that was just developed called Live Link, which allows you to directly communicate with the person. Typically, most people call via their cell phones, so we have a tool that allows you to do that. Thank you again for that question. Fusus Community Connect. We talk a big game about community, right? As a company, you probably hear, okay, they're talking about the community, what makes them different than anybody else has come in. We actually have a team that's dedicated to help your team, your agency, the Beaumont community, adapt this technology. And how do we do it? We have folks that provide information, education, and technological support so that folks that are interested in the platform can be educated, they can make a sound decision as to which route they want to go, and they can participate in the platform. We make it very easy. We also realize that the police department is very busy. They don't have the time to be going to knocking on doors and asking folks if they want to participate by sharing their cameras. We're going to help by doing that. Okay, we're going to take that burden off the chief and his team because they're already understaffed as it is. Okay. Keep Atlanta safe. We kind of use this. We're in Atlanta. That's our headquarters. And I use this slide to kind of show up in the upper right-hand corner. You'll see Atlanta, when we started with them just a little over a year ago, they had about 1,200 cameras that they had access to. They are independently the most surveilled city in the country, even more than New York City. When I say surveilled, they have that many cameras, private sector cameras. You'll see in the upper left-hand corner, those are registrants. Those are those folks I talked to you about, the registry. Those folks have signed up to be partners with the Atlanta effort. Over to the right, those 15,329 cameras. Atlanta's paying for about 1,500 to 2,000 cameras. The rest of those cameras that are being brought into that real-time crime center effort are paid for by the community. Large businesses, small businesses, and they use a hybrid approach to grow that number, but those are the types of things you can expect here in Beaumont. Okay? And with that, so I think the chief, his intent is to, and Chief, you've got your real-time crime center just about built, and I want to kind of talk about that. This platform it's not incumbent upon the police department to have a building to stick a bunch of TVs. That's nice, and that makes the workflow much more efficient. But I want you to understand the officers that are, excuse me, that are going to get this technology are going to be able to use it from their phone and their MBTs and their cars. Wherever they're at, they can have a real-time crime center. Other important note, y'all are fantastic partners with another one of our partners, and that's Axon. So the Axon body-worn camera system that the chief just brought to the agency is going to be able to be fed into the real-time crime center. So officers are going to have Overwatch. When they go live with their body-worn camera, they're going to be able to see what that officer sees in the real-time crime center. The chief will be able to take and basically see what's happening, and his team will be able to see what's happening and make appropriate actions. Did you want to come up and talk about some of this? I think I'm taking a...
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Williams, Mayor, Council, one of y'all's largest responsibilities, and it is one of my biggest responsibilities as chief, is to provide the tools to each and every one of your department to make the departments better. This is a heck of a tool to start with. you have an opportunity to be a part of something that we've already observed. We've seen this in several different agencies. Calcasieu Parish, it is amazing. It is amazing what they've done. We have the people, officers, and resources in place right now to make this happen. You'll never hear, I'll never use the word revolutionize again probably in my career, but this will revolutionize the way we do our business. It will keep officers safe. It will keep the citizens safe. It is amazing what this center can do for us. We are 100% committed to it, and the officer safety aspect is so important to me, and I know it is for you guys. Our officers, on many times in active shooter situations, our officers are going in blind. This will keep our officers safer. This will help our officers do their job in a safer manner. The citizens want to know what we're doing, and they deserve to know what we're doing to fight violent crime. This right here is what we're doing. This is one of the biggest projects. It is the biggest project that I've seen our department undertake in my whole career. And another great thing about it is that we're all about, y'all are about this, about building relations and working with other entities and help getting people and organizations in Beaumont to help us do our job. This is what we're doing in that respect also. Again, this project basically sells itself. We are so, again, excited. I don't get that excited, but I have to use that word again. We are excited about what this can do for our citizens and what this can do for our officers. Chief Jelko, any questions? Yes, sir.
Does this system interface with those programs like UP and Ring? Is that?
So with respect to Ring, with respect to Ring, Ring is a closed platform, but we do have one facet that we can pull in from Ring, and that is that when you have Ring Protect, the ability to take your video from your cameras and download it, you can be a registrant and send that information. And what was the other?
UP, it's a platform like Ring.
Yes, sir. And I'll tell you from my experience, Verkada Camera Systems was a closed-off platform to us, and we've gained such popularity, they actually reached out to us and said, hey, we're closed off, but we'd like to partner with Fusus. And that's, we've maintained that Switzerland approach, so we have folks that are actually coming to us. We've got, nearly 100 integrations with other providers, and some of them almost are in competitive space with us, but they realize the benefit that we've had by having those integrations and being able to play well with others.
So like ADT, those types?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what are some other areas that you find cameras in the communities? I can understand it being in a commercial area, but what about in residential type areas? How would those cameras be utilized?
So we have a small device in the residential communities, and it varies from city to city. But we have folks buy cameras, and their car gets broken into one time. They're going to catch the person next time, so they put a camera over their garage. We can access or have access to that camera, of course, if it's permission based. And basically, what happens is we put a small device, it's about as big as this mouse, at the location. We connect it to the internet at that location, and then the chief will have an icon at that address, and they'll be able to, with the permission of the resident, of the homeowner, be able to access that video live or to pull recordings off that video if they needed to.
So those can be installed in apartment complexes and things like that?
And that's a great point, because that's probably where we've had our greatest successes. In Winston-Salem, for example, the Winston-Salem Gardens apartment complex, heavy gang violence, heavy fire, they shoot at each other like it's nobody's business. We put our Fusus platform in there, and we've reduced crime and effective arrests in situations that probably would have taken, instead of it taking a week or two to investigate the case and bring it to a conclusion, that night arrests were made and people were put in jail.
And would Fusus also be involved in installing cameras throughout the community, or is that something that would have to be done through another means?
We have partners right now. That's one of the areas that Fusus tries. We try to stay clear of hardware because there are a number of our partners that we integrate with. We don't want them to feel threatened by us, and we don't want to go out and sell cameras. So we have partnerships, and we can arrange and point you in the right direction so that you can get that infrastructure installed.
Well, Chief, if I remember correctly, we have cameras in some of the parks across the city. Have y'all already thought about how you implement that across the city?
Absolutely. That's one of the big great things about this. We can, you know, all the citizens, like we talked about, the citizens want to know what we're doing and to make things safer for Beaumont. And it's like we have a giant toy for Christmas, and all the things we can do with this toy, and it sells itself. The bombers in Boston Marathon were basically taught by this system, and it's just amazing. I mean, we really are excited about it, but yeah, it's like you're talking about all the things. We sit there and you say, hey, we can do this, we can do that. Well, we can. We can actually tune into the officer's body camera and in-car camera. It's a heck of a tool. There's nothing we've never done anything like this here in the city of Beaumont, and I think this is going to be the way of the future. And I know you y'all want to help us as much as you can. Y'all have been very supportive to us in some tough times, and we appreciate that. This is something here that we think is going to make things better for our citizens and for our officers.
Chief, I'm sorry. The Real-Time Crime Center, is that a place that's already in use? Is that the 911 center, or is that a new facility? Is it local?
We have a facility in place. We're building it out. Chief Jeffcoat, Chief Jeffcoat, and Captain Ottenschek, and Chief Plunkett have been involved in actually getting it logistically set up for the Real-Time Crime Center.
Over the last several years, we've built out much of the third floor of the municipal court building, and most of that's been done with grant funds. And we are finishing a stage right now that's going to house our traffic unit on the third floor. And we have finished, just this last week, finalized the floor plan with an architect. Again, in the back part of the third floor toward where 311 is right now. And the funding is already in place to build that out, and optimistically, maybe 10 to 12 months, we should have the facility and the technology in place.
Will that require the people that operate it, would that be civilians or would that be police officers?
Both.
Both. Now also, you keep saying people can volunteer to have you come in and look at their cameras. How do they, like if residents or businesses want to sign up for this program to where their cameras can be accessed, how would they do that?
Rich alluded to that a little bit earlier. If we were to purchase this platform, Fusus comes in with a team. They build us a website that we can direct people to. But at that time, once we actually implemented it, we would also probably want to get everybody together, mayor, council, and have a press conference and announce. And then like Atlanta, every time they had a success story, a win, word of mouth spread, and you know, they've grown to thousands and thousands of cameras. So there is a team that the company has that will help us with that implementation as far as, you know, if somebody had a problem plugging in the device, something like that. But we've also, we've had the hour-long presentation come in a couple of times. And we've got verbal commitments from some of the convenience store, gas station owners. We've invited the hospital administrations. There are some big businesses in town, you know, like the Home Depots, Walmarts. We haven't started talking to them yet because we're still kind of taking baby steps right now. But we've invited the diocese, the Catholic schools, We haven't really started talking to the charter schools or many of the private schools yet, but this kind of the technology to be able to, Rich alluded again to how siloed our information is. As officers, we have access to a lot of data, license plate reader data, not just camera feeds, our dispatch data, our own records management system, and every one of those databases, you have to go to a separate system and log into it. And what this does is it pulls all of it together on one screen. Once you log into it, it's all in front of you, and you click on icons. You click on icons for the cameras. Our dispatch calls, while the call is coming in to dispatch, while somebody's talking to our dispatcher and they enter the address, it will pop up in the real-time crime center and immediately show, we have 4, 5, 6 cameras in that area where the person monitoring the RTCC can actually click on those cameras and watch them live. If it's a robbery at a gas station, we have the capability, as I understand, there's probably 70 or so, if I'm remembering right, intersections with traffic cameras that are connected to fiber that we should be able to connect to this system. So the ability, if a crime occurred, the ability to look at a traffic camera 2 blocks, 4 blocks away from there, immediately before, immediately after a call, that's, I couldn't put a price on that. Yes, sir.
So you mentioned, I know a couple of years ago, we were talking about the shots fired. Would this be real time in the event there's a situation where there's shots being fired? Would it identify and trigger those cameras in that area?
Not necessarily. The system has the capability to integrate with something like ShotSpotter, which we do not have. We've looked at that before. When we looked at it, it appeared to be cost prohibitive. We do have a lot of shots fired calls, but having said that, even if we don't have the shots fired calls, the in-car Axon, our mobile video camera, still look at those. We still look at body cameras. So if we have somebody close, or if we have somebody that calls in, we will have the capability for them to live stream back to us. And I don't know if it was mentioned today, we will also have the capability to push that live stream back to the officers that are responding.
All right, Councilman Turner?
For me, everything sounds great. Only thing, and I want to compliment you, Chief, because this is a progressive, forward-thinking way to get with crime, with some of the crime we have in Beaumont, so I do want to compliment you guys. My question was, one thing that I don't know if I didn't catch, but I didn't hear a cost. Are we going to kind of talk about that at a later date, or is it a package deal, or like, how does it work? Do you start off with a certain amount, or we have options? Like, how does that work?
There are options, and we have reviewed the options, and the partnership that we're seeking with BISD Police, of course, our police department, Lamar PD, and the port. The level of package that we're looking at there, it gets kind of complicated with how many video streams will be supported, how many pieces of hardware come with each level of package. This is pretty much the top level package because there's so many agencies involved and so many potential camera streams. The city has hundreds of cameras already that we can integrate into the system. BISD already has, I think, over 1,000. Not saying that they would give us access to their classrooms or that we would even need them, but their exterior cameras, that would be a huge benefit. But the level of package that we're seeking, that we're asking for, is $275,000. 3 weeks ago, council approved, I think it was May the 2nd, the application for the current port security grant. So you approved us to ask for 75% funding for this $275,000. If that is funded, we should know probably around August or September of this year. And that if it is funded fully, the match would be about $68,000 that we would spread out over those 3 or 4 agencies. So if it is funded, if the grant funds it the way we hope that it will. Beaumont's portion would be somewhere around $40,000.
Well, once again, I want to compliment you guys because, I would be in support of it if it's not, just to be honest. But my second question is, our high crime areas. We have certain targeted areas in Beaumont that are known as high crime. Will we focus in on some of those high crime areas? I know we want to protect the whole city, but I think it would be kind of pretty smart to kind of focus in on some of our higher crime areas as well.
Absolutely. One of the beauties of this is that our ability to involve the community and partner with the community. In other areas, there's been a lot of participation by private individuals and by businesses in these areas. So if there is a convenience store or a business anywhere near, we can take advantage of a camera or something that they already have in place. And there's some benefit, there's a small cost for them, but there's also benefits for them as well, because they can manipulate their own camera systems through the app once they join and participate. So yes, without us having to go around the city and install a bunch of different cameras, we can take advantage of those that are already in place.
Councilman Getz?
What kind of cost are you talking about to the businesses that want to take advantage of this?
It depends. I'll let Rich talk a little bit about the different prices of the cores, because it depends on how many cameras that you would want to support. I think the small one is what, $200? So $200 one-time cost and $150 a year, and that would support, I think, 4 cameras, and then it goes up.
Okay, is that for them if they already have a camera system?
Yes.
Okay, so that $200 doesn't include getting a camera system. That's if they already have a camera system, but they want to participate in this as well. All right, and that's a one-time cost, and then on top of that, it's $150 a year?
Yes, sir.
All right. Another question I had a citizen ask me, how does this integrate or interface with 311, if at all? I'm not sure.
I don't believe that it would, except that it would interface with the police computer-aided dispatch system. So any calls that 311 sends to us, those would be integrated. I don't know how the data gets transferred between 311 and 911 other than them sending the calls to us.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Is it Rich?
Yes, sir.
Just the previous page, you said using technology to enhance public safety, and the next line was community engagement. In your experience in other cities, as we move forward with technology and more cameras, what kind of pushback have you seen from the public regarding their privacy, and how do you advise us to handle that?
Okay, and that's the question, the most frequently asked question, and usually it's one of the smartest people in the room asks that question, because you're gonna get to ask that question.
You just called me smart.
I called you smart, sir. So I'm gonna kind of answer this in a couple of prongs. So everybody got a phone? Anybody here not have a phone? Attached to the phone is a camera, and you have absolutely no control of the cameras that are surrounding you every day. Do we complain about that? That's my first prong. Just kind of consider that.
I always just need to be careful what I say in public, but other than that, no.
Right. Well, it has a chilling effect if you're out on a corner and somebody sticks their camera in your face. You can't control that because they're permitted by the Constitution to be able to do that. So Fusus, we recognize that. We also recognize that folks don't want to live in a police state. They want to be safe, but they don't want to be police constantly. They don't want the police staring at them constantly. So what we've got is we've got a platform. One, let's talk about accountability. An officer uses the system to view the mayor's house. Let's say the mayor has cameras there. When he does that or she does that, it's registered. We have an audit trail. So every time that a camera is clicked on, the police department, the chief's going to know who clicked on it. Okay, so that's one way we're making it a deterrent to just be clicking on cameras for the sake of clicking on cameras. From there we go to permissions. One of the things we see throughout the country is agencies will start off with
We only want your public-facing cameras where there is no expectation of privacy. So if it's a sidewalk, we want it. If it's inside a break room, inside your business, we really don't want it. They evolve, though, because the system allows you to control permissions and when cameras can be viewed and when they can't. One way we have within our system, schools in particular, very concerned about classroom privacy. And Chief, you mentioned the possibility of getting the external cameras at the schools, and that'd be a great start. But I'd also submit to you that you can get the external cameras, and you can have the internal cameras where they're not turned on unless there's an alert. So they're triggered by panic. So the police aren't going to be able to look at little John. The chief's not going to be able to check on family members and see how they're doing at school. He's going to have to wait until an alert kicks off. That's another way we protect privacy. The other way we do it is we have some cameras are turned on when a CAD call for service is dispatched. So if you call the police, you've got cameras at your house, those cameras are off. The minute a CAD call goes into the system, those cameras are then turned on for the length and duration of that call. They can only be used at that particular time, otherwise they're unusable. So you can see we've built into the platform, and those are just a few of the things. We have software protections too. The other thing that I'd like to kind of with respect to the system is we're enhancing your privacy because that video that typically flies around the air right now, flies around on the internet, it's not encrypted. Our system encrypts that data. So it becomes even more, it becomes almost impossible for somebody to decrypt or decode your video and see what you're doing at your particular location. They might see some squiggly lines, but that's about all they'll see. So we've protected privacy. I think we've done a pretty good job of it.
So as we move forward with this and we begin to pitch this to the community and trying to get their partnership, we've got to be careful to communicate these safety measures that you put in place, because for me that's huge what you just said.
And we're going to be there lockstep with you. We're not expecting you. But I'm going to tell you right now what happens, and I've seen this happen throughout the country. Law enforcement agencies, especially the young kids, that doesn't include us, Chief. They adapt and adopt this technology very quickly, and they become super excited champions. So we're gonna be able to train them, and then basically you're gonna have people evangelizing your platform that are from the police department. We're gonna set that fire though. We're gonna teach them how to talk. They'll have their speaking points. We actually have literature that we'll give them. So we'll be there with you to make sure that message is conveyed and that people are comfortable sharing with the police department and becoming safer.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have one more. I want to make sure I understand. Like you said, Chief, this is revolutionary. If there are closed systems out there, such as the doorbells and the cameras associated with that, help me to understand exactly how are we going to have cameras in our communities, not just the commercial areas, but how is this going to be implemented to be a benefit to just the common streets in our communities, not the apartments, but, you know, because as many eyes as we can get is the best.
Absolutely. Most of the cameras, it's about signing in to the cameras that already are in place. In the schools, like BISD, this is a no-brainer for schools.
Okay.
All the bad things that have been happening in schools, the schools are looking for something to do, something that's going to make it safer, and let the citizens know that their kids are safer, because we've got this going for it. But these going to be, I think Lake Calcasieu Parish, we saw this a couple of weeks ago, they only had 30 cameras of their own. And most of the cameras they're utilizing are already in place by the members of the community. Does that answer it?
Well, yeah, but my question is the members of the community. I understand the schools. How do you get more eyes in the general community? More cameras. How do you get those? Not I know cell phones would be in the event of I need help, things like that. But have you all already thought about what, or seen what other communities are doing to have more eyes throughout the community other than in school, in addition to being in schools, in commercial establishments? How do you get more cameras out?
Well, and the thing is, Roy Steinhagen, a perfect example. Some of you don't know him. He has probably 15 or so convenience stores in the Beaumont area, and he has cameras already there. And we get a call that maybe one on Lindbergh that there's a robbery in progress. It's already there. That camera's there showing that. We hook into it, and we see it. And we can report to the responding officers what is going on. They're not coming in blind. And officer safety is the biggest thing in the world to me. And to see these, to let these guys see that what's going on before they hit the scene, that is so important. And these cameras are already in place. And Roy Steinhagen, just a great representative of the business community, is just totally blown away with it.
And having observed a couple of the presentations that they made, I think too the community will buy in. Like I already have exterior cameras at my house. There's no negative in terms of getting that on there in the event something happens in my neighborhood. And I think other areas where people are having problems and they've had vandalism or they've had break-ins, they're gonna, I think, want to jump in it because it's gonna hopefully prevent crimes and because people will be a lot more aware how many eyes are watching them in real time in the event that they're notified.
And one of the keys, we got to make sure that the citizens know that we want the cameras, only the cameras that they want to give us access to. We don't care about. We're not trying to invade in privacy. We really aren't. Obviously, we're trying to help the citizens, and whatever they feel comfortable about giving us access to, man, we'll take it.
I understand, and that's not. I'm excited about the program, but when you say the external cameras at residential areas, that's where I'm a little questionable. If we can't use we can't get onto the Ring doorbells on people's, they would have to have something like ADT, those type of systems is what you'll be tying into?
Not necessarily. Ring is my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ring is one of the only camera systems that doesn't readily integrate. In one of the presentations, it may not have been today, Fusus calls themselves camera agnostic. So they don't.
Camera what?
Agnostic. The Fusus system doesn't really care what kind of camera system that you have. If you went to Sam's and bought an analog system 8 years ago, but you have internet access, that can be integrated. The ADT system that you mentioned, that can be integrated. Ring, I believe, is one of the only few that doesn't. So I think maybe to answer you more directly, we don't go out and help people buy camera systems. It may not surprise you, but there are many camera systems out there on private residences already. People that are in neighborhoods that have trouble, that there's often things going on. It's almost surprising to me how many of them already have camera systems. So the beauty here is that us being able to potentially take advantage of what they already have, like the chief said, Rich said, they don't have to share them with us all the time. They don't have to share them with us ever until something already happened. They can, even if they don't have the core, they can still send us their video, after the fact. But being integrated and being a participant in the system, it makes the sharing easier. We can do it electronically. We don't have to send somebody out there to physically get the video.
And you guys know that TV is, we do it on TV, and a scene of a crime or a burglary or a robbery or a theft, one of the first things we do is check the neighborhood for cameras. And this will make it a whole lot easier, a whole lot faster. We think the world of people in place and the resources and the support. We appreciate you listening to us.
Couple of things, Mayor. TxDOT was at that meeting too, and they're looking to see if their camera system will integrate with their system too. And if so, all of their cameras will be on the system too. So there are a lot of possibilities to get connected. As Chief and Chief Jeffcoat told you, the cost is $275,000. Want it to be clear and be transparent that that's per year. It's not a one-time cost. The first year we're applying for the grant, which would pay for 75%, and then we would split it between the other entities that participate. The next year would be another $275,000. It could depend on us having those partnerships and them dividing that $275,000 or the city. If the city goes along, the cost is less, I think it's about $150,000. But when we have the partnerships, it picks up. So just wanted to make sure council was clear that that's a recurring cost every year if we're gonna do it. And today I would kind of want to get a bit of a consensus, head shake, whatever it may be, that you're interested in this for us to pursue it further.
I think it's a no-brainer.
Not a consensus, yeah. I'm looking at the turn, but just some feedback. Feedback, if you're interested.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, we're not voting, we're just saying we're interested.
No, well, yes, okay.
We're just saying we're interested. Are we interested?
You interested? Yeah. We have enough interest to keep going. All right, thank you.
Well, and clearly, it ought to create a lot of efficiencies, just because in terms of manpower time, going to do additional investigations, having the cameras ready access, and getting the public's involvement. And I would think the local news media would do a good job of covering this, because this is, as Chief Singletary said, revolutionary. I mean, it's something you get to watch on TV.
And I love the fact that you said let the community get involved. We're constantly trying to build relationships in Beaumont to let the citizens have buy-in. That's what we're doing, and this is just a huge step in that direction. And we're getting the citizens together, trying to get them together, and the community together to help us do our job. And we have a bunch of great citizens in Beaumont. And I guarantee you, the ones we talked to about this, the citizens, they love it.
All right, well, thank you. Any other questions? All right, City Manager, would you take us into item number 3?
Thank you, Mayor. Salary survey update. Some time ago, City Council approved a study, compensation study for us to look at our salary and give us a salary update comparison report. I guess actual term is compensation and classification study. We hired Evergreen company, Evergreen Solutions, to go out and do it. It's one of the preeminent groups in the country that does this. We went out for RFP and staff chose them. Today we have them online to talk to us and give a report. The report's not finished by any means, but they just want to give you an update on where we are with that, with the compensation study, and we will have it completed in a few weeks, well before the budget's done, and we'll be able to talk about it more. But we have them available. I don't know who's going to cue that. And Chris, if you have anything you'd like to say beforehand, feel free.
Sure.
You have all the slides in your packet, the hard copy slides.
Well, good morning, Mayor and Council. I have with me Kelly Bracci with Evergreen Solutions. She will soon provide an update with the classification and compensation study. Kelly, along with fellow consultant Peter Backhouse, have been working on the project dating back to late February. Kelly and Peter recently made a trip to Beaumont in March, and for 3 days met with as many employees and supervisors as they possibly could. It was a busy, busy schedule for that week. We appreciate them having them down here and going through that process with us. They were able to visit many city facilities, meet with employees, and got to know Beaumont better. The study is about a 4-month-long process, and they will be finalizing the details soon. Kelly is here remotely today and will make a presentation and answer any questions that you may have. Good morning, Kelly.
Good morning.
We thank you and Peter for all your efforts on the study. Appreciate your time today. I will turn it over to you now.
Awesome. Hope everybody's having a great day. Like Chris said, I'm Kelly Bracci, and I'm so excited to share our progress with you guys so far. So what we're going to go over today, because I know you guys have a new mayor. Congratulations on winning your election. It's just kind of an overview of our study goals, project phases, and then I'm going to give you a little bit of an insight of what we've already discovered. And these are pieces of the puzzle that are going to guide us when we're creating the solution to make recommendations for Beaumont. So really the first thing that we wanted to do is review current compensation system. We've completed that. I'm going to go over that with you as well. And we are currently in the process of pulling information from peer organizations, and I have a list that I'll show you of what those peer organizations are, and we're going to use that information to produce the recommendations. One of the things that, as Chris said, we were able to go out for 3 days and meet so many of your wonderful employees, and we wanted to give you an idea of their impressions or their perceptions of what it was like working for the city of Beaumont, because that really gives us an idea of the things that Beaumont as an employer are doing really well and things that the employees think would maybe changes that could help with retention or recruitment. It does help guide us. It's only one piece of the puzzle. You know, as it came to benefits, they were really happy with the benefits overall. There was a few concerns about rising insurance costs. We see that everywhere. But overall, the city is seen as stable and having great employees that they love working with, but they were also a little concerned about internal compression and the marketability of pay. And so again, that's one of those pieces that we're going to go over in our solution, and we're going to look at, you know, how are people paid compared to their supervisors? What does the pay look like across departments? Because we really want people to have the ability to grow and be the best employees for Beaumont and not feel that they have to be confined to one space because it's not going to be equitable or feasible for them to move on. So when we were reviewing the current findings, we did find that your range spreads are extremely varied. So that may be one area that we'll want to look at. Typically in the market, you're going to see range spreads range between 50 to 70%. Does that mean it has to be? Absolutely not. But that is something that we will look at. And 13% of your employees are at the max of their pay grade. And what that means is those employees start to wonder, hey, what happens, right? Because when you're maxed out, depending on the person or the entity, they say, hey, you know, I may have another 5 years of work or 10 years of work, and I don't want to be stuck at this pay. What does that look like? And it can also be concerning to some employees who are coming up to it. So that's one thing that we're going to look at is what should those max pay ranges be, and how should you handle, so to speak, those people who are at that pay grade. And also we notice that 60% of your employees are below the midpoint of your pay grade. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It could mean that you have a lot of new employees. It could mean that they're not progressing. But that is something that we're going to take into effect, and it's something that we'll consider when we're coming up with proper recommendations. So the next step that we're currently working on is we're reviewing all of your JATs. And what that stands for is Job Assessment Tool. And so all of your employees and supervisors had an opportunity to basically fill out this questionnaire that says, hey, this is what I actually do. And we use that information to basically rate them for complexity, leadership, decision-making. We're basically looking at their level of responsibility and the potential liability that they bring to the city. And we give the supervisors a chance to review that just to make sure we have, you know, double checks. And we also compare it to the job descriptions to make sure the job descriptions, you know, may need to be updated, which will be at the last part of our project after the recommendations. That helps us group people with like complexity, leadership, things like that. And we use that along with the market survey with those peer groups to make sure that we're putting people on the correct pay grades. I'm not going to lie to you guys, this is probably the most intensive portion of what we do, and we have about 3 or 4 people who will review everything multiple times. So it does take a little bit. I would imagine we'll have that piece wrapped up here soon, and we'll start having our meetings with Chris and the rest of the team on what those numbers look like. And then just for your information, I did go ahead and list all of the people that we reached out for as your peers. And you may be wondering why we chose some of them, right? Port Arthur is easy. You guys are competing with them pretty directly. But then you think, well, why didn't? Well, what we're looking at is a couple of different things. It's not just the people who you were competing with. So those are the people that, your employees could go and work for that other city or that other county and not have to move their family, right? So it's an easy jump. So those are your competitors. But then we're also looking at people that you compare to. Maybe they have similar budget, similar population, or maybe they're fighting similar battle as you are, competing with a big city. Or it might be someplace that you're looking at to bring some of your recruiting your top people from. And we've compiled this list from a couple of different ways. One, we talked to HR. We said, hey, Chris, who do you use as comparators? We talked to your employees and asked them, when you're looking for a job or when people have left or when you were, who's recruiting you? Where are these people going? And then we just looked at some governmental agencies to see, what those competitors are doing, who those competitors could be. And so we compiled this list. We sent it back to the city of Beaumont for approval, and we've gotten so far a pretty good response. So that is great news for you guys. Now, of course, we can't ask every single peer for every single position. They may or may not have all of your positions, and if it's too large, let's be honest, they're not going to answer our survey. So working with the city, we came up with 103 positions, or benchmarks is what we call them, and we took basically a cross-section of all departments, all pay grades, and all classification types. So it is a good representation of the city as a whole. Do you guys have any questions about what we've done or where we're going so far?
I don't see any hands.
Can I add one thing? Kelly, I think we talked about local industries in comparison to local industries.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, sir. We are also pulling information. Private industry, as you guys know, do not have to supply their information to us. They are not subject to public record laws. And so we use this this company called Economic Research Institute. And so this is a company that all industry report their information to. And so how that works is, let's say we're looking, what do they pay the director of finance? And so we will put in, chief financial officer, finance director, whatever are typical titles or classifications in the in the private sector, and we'll put in the, so far from Beaumont, we can look at it statewide, we can look at it national, and we will pull all of that information to see what private industry is paying on average. Now, it's not going to say that, company A pays X number of dollars. It is an average. And we can adjust that average. We can put in information to make sure we're looking at similar cost of living indexes, or adjust it if we need to based on cost of living. Yes, sir.
Councilman Turner.
Ms. Kelly, I noticed you said you spent roughly 3 days interviewing employees. How were those employees determined? Were they all higher level employees or a mixture of lower level and high level? How do we come to that determination of who to interview?
I think I heard the question, so I'm going to try to answer what I heard, and please correct me if I misheard. So we started with an orientation, and so that was open to everybody. And we told them, what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, and how they can help. And then in the focus groups, we really received just a cross section of every place. So, for instance, I know I went off-site several times to different facilities, and I talked to a bunch of your public works employees as they were coming into work. I went out to some of your wastewater facilities and got everybody who was there. I don't believe it was required for everybody, but I can tell you we got a huge turnout.
Yes, ma'am. And my follow-up last question is, I guess this is for direction to have a clear understanding. I know we have 13% at the max pay grade and 60% employees paid below the midpoint pay grade. And I know you said there's nothing to be alarming about, but Mr. Manager, we get specifics of, that 13% is at the max. Will we get specifics on what that 13% consists of in the positions?
I guess you, go ahead, Kelly.
I think I'm hearing you, but please correct me if I'm not answering the question properly. We will submit a final report that is going to show you who is maxed out, who's in the minimum, and what departments they fall into. So you will receive a report at the end of this.
Thank you. That's correct.
And we also look at why they are in that bottom portion, below the midpoint. Are they there because we're going to look at their tenure? How long have they worked for the city? If you've only worked for the city for 2 or 3 years, you wouldn't expect to be at that midpoint, right? So we're going to break it down by that as well for you.
Also, I might add the classification system that we have in place is over 20 years old, and each year we'll look at adjusting the minimum pay or the maximum pay of the ranges. Some years we did not get an increase, they weren't adjusted, but overall this is a system that's been in place for a long time, and that's why we're doing the survey study now to analyze all the specific details of the classification and compensation system. So just like this year, we would look at the maximum of the range, and if there is across-the-board increase for employees, then those would be adjusted. That's how we move through the years with that detail.
Councilman Durio has a question.
I just want to know the final report. Will you have actual salary numbers on that final report?
Yes, sir. So what we're going to do on the final report is we'll show you where you stand currently, but then on the final report, we're going to go over various options, okay? So we'll create new pay grades based on the market, and then we assign people to their new pay grades based on their job assessment tool. And again, we're basing that responsibility, complexity, decision-making, working conditions, things like that. And then we're going to talk about how that number should be implemented. And some of our basic options, and I will give you the one, I'll now go ahead and tell you now, it's my least favorite, it's bring to minimum. And as you can imagine, that causes a bunch of issues potentially. It does not decrease anybody's pay, but what it says is if you're below the new market or the new pay range, we're going to put you in the minimum of that new pay range. And then we look at a tenure parity, right? So if you have been with the city for, say, 15 years, we're going to move you to the midpoint of that new pay range. So that's an option. We have one called comp ratio. So if you're if you're 25% into your current range, you're going to be 25% into your new range. And then there are hybrid versions of those that we can tweak those numbers. So we'll give you, we'll go over 3 to 5 different options, and we choose the 3 to 5 different options that we feel are best based on your employee feedback, based on the market, and then based on any concerns that we see in the assessment of current conditions. And then we'll have lots of conversations with the city on the best way to implement those, whether it's a all-in-one 1 year or if it's a 2-year plan. And then in our recommendations chapter, we'll go over ways to maintain that, to include annual increases.
How do you take into account the civil service employees and their contracts?
So if they are civil service and they have a contract, Chris can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but we are not adjusting their pay at all because they are in a contract. Now we can provide information as to say where the market says they should be paid, but if they are civil service, they have a contract, then that needs to be part of the contract negotiations.
That's correct.
Okay, any other questions?
I would like to see the information with us looking at our overall budget, where we can at least see what we had. I know we can't do anything with the contract, but I think it is prudent that we actually get access to the information to kind of see where we stand in comparison to like-sized cities.
Okay.
Absolutely. I'm hoping to get the final market on Friday, so we can get that information over to city, and then it would take us about a week to do our first draft of the solution, and then we'll start having those conversations with the city.
Council will have complete access to this information. You'll get copies of information and our final.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
When those options, at some point, you have to decide which option you want to try to meet. It's like, do we want to pay the midpoint? Do we want to pay below the midpoint? Do we want to go above the midpoint? Sometimes those options come back as that, then you have to decide as an agency your philosophy on paying and where you would like to be.
All right, any other questions? Well, thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right, before we move to item number 3, I was going to take a 5-minute break. City manager to lead us into item number 4.
Thank you, Mayor. We're moving along. We're looking at the Community Investment Plan, CIP. It was called the Capital Improvement Plan, but we've changed it up a bit. This is basically a discussion on infrastructure projects with the city and the possibility of having them, possible funding, possible term limit, implementation, et cetera. So I'm going to pass it to our Finance Director, Mr. Todd Semino, to start this discussion.
Okay, thank you. As council is aware, the capital plan is governed by our charter, and so I just wanted to just go over some of the charter requirements. One of them is that we need to deliver the proposed plan to you by May 15th, which we've already met that obligation. And then there's criteria components which need to be included in the capital plan, which you can see listed there. As a city manager made reference to, we've completely changed up the way the capital plan is. And so let me go over some of those changes for you. The capital plan has always been referenced to as such, the capital plan or the program. The official name going forward, we would like it to be the Community Investment Plan. Also, the categories of the capital plan, the old capital plan, there was just 3 categories. It was general improvements, public works, water and sewer. Under the current Community Investment Plan, we've divided it into further sections. We have parks, recreations, facilities, streets, drainage, water, and wastewater. Also, there's always been an unwritten rule of what goes into the capital plan, but we've made a definition of what needs to be included. So to be included in the capital plan, the asset must have a cost of over $50,000, and we'd like for the life of the capital asset to be at least 20 years. And the reason is because we finance the majority of these capital improvements through bonds, and the minimum term on a bond is 20 years, maximum term is 30 years, so we don't want to pay interest on an asset that only has a life of 10 years if we're going to be paying interest for 20 years. It's also, we have a true 5-year concept in this plan, as you'll see as we go through it. In the prior plan, we just basically had a design and construction phase for all the projects that were currently funded, and then we had another section called projects for future consideration. So we do have a true 5-year concept going forward. There's 2 things I want to note as we walk you through this plan. As you know, council approved the hiring of HDR to do a water and sewer service rate study for the city. So they're going to be looking at the capital plan that we go through today because it walks through 5 years, and they're going to be suggesting any type of rate structure for the next 5 years. And like I said, it will be contingent on the plan that we go through today. So keep that in mind. Even though it's not going to be adopted until September, we need to get them a draft as soon as we can so they can start working on new rates for the new fiscal year. The other thing that's really important is as we go through the capital plan, you'll see the cost of each project has a color code. So give that some attention as we go through the plan, because it tells you if we're going to be funding projects through a general obligation bond versus a certificate of obligation versus water and sewer revenue bonds. And when everyone walks through all their projects, I'll jump back in at the end of the presentation and try to explain how we're going to finance all those. So for now, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. June Ellis to walk through a few slides.
Thank you, Mr. Semino, and thank you, Council and Mayor. I will cover a few slides here and then turn it over to staff. As Mr. Semino mentioned, staff will be covering their project areas and discussing their CIP items with you today. But last week, Council was delivered the 5-year CIP. It was required by city charter to be delivered by the 15th, so that was done on time. As you can also see in the 5-year CIP, it is a very comprehensive document. It's over 130 pages. Staff put a lot of time into creating this document, and I will cover certain sections of the 5-year CIP. It has a table of contents that'll show you exactly what project area you need to flip to if you want to get to a certain area, such as parks or water or wastewater. It includes that executive summary in the beginning of the document. That executive summary covers why the city is creating the 5-year CIP, the role of city council in creating the CIP, the role of staff in creating the CIP, how funding of capital project items will be made in the 5 years of the CIP. And it also includes a summary roll-up. That roll-up includes combined project summary. That's a summary of all of the major project areas such as parks, recreation, streets, drainage, etc., and it shows the total dollar amount by year. There's another roll-up. It's a project summary, project category summary. That shows all of the different project areas, and it shows the various projects proposed for those different project types. And then there's a funding summary, and that summary shows the how each of those projects are proposed to be paid within the 5-year CIP. We have a couple of charts also in the 5-year CIP. One is the total project cost by funding source. That way council can see where the funding is coming from for the projects in the 5-year CIP. And there's another chart, which is the total project cost by project category. So it breaks out the various 7 categories based on the funding in the document. We have CIP worksheets in the document. That really makes up the bulk of the 5-year CIP plan that you have. The CIP worksheets are what staff put together and initially work on to create the plan. That worksheet, at the top, it includes the project name. It includes the 5 years and what year those projects are going to be funded. It even has a graphic in the middle page which shows how a project, how we intend a project to look once it's completed, or it has a map for some of the water and wastewater improvement areas. And at the bottom of that worksheet, it has how those projects will be funded and how those projects and the cost of those projects.
And even there's a section which includes operating costs for each project. So staff initially begins to work through these worksheets, and these worksheets are linked to the summary roll-ups that I just mentioned. Near the back of the document, there is a CIP policies and procedures that lists the policies for creating the CIP and the procedures that we as staff take in order to create the document, such as the definition of what a CIP is, as Mr. Semino mentioned, minimum cost of $50,000 with a lifespan of 20 years. And because there are a lot of technical terms in this document, we do have at the very end definitions and acronyms to help the reader understand certain terminologies used throughout the document. So I do want to talk about the benefits of a 5-year community investment plan, and we call it a community investment plan because we want citizens, the public, business owners to know that to know how we are investing in Beaumont, how we are investing in our community. One of the benefits is the long-term community vision and planning for capital needs, improvements, and maintenance. So we want to take a long-term look at how we plan to grow Beaumont, to improve this community, and the CIP provides that vision for us. It provides the one location where someone can go and look at our community vision and where we want to take the city of Beaumont with regard to capital projects. Another benefit is the ability to incorporate needs from other planning documents. Our strategic plan is incorporated into the 5-year CIP. Pavement condition study that's done by Public Works Department. We will be requesting in the upcoming budget a sidewalk master plan. That will be something new for the city of Beaumont. That's incorporated and will be in the future incorporated into the 5-year CIP. We will also be requesting in the budget a Parks and Trails master plan. So all plans that have a capital component will be included in the 5-year CIP moving forward. Another benefit is residents and future residents, how it will increase their quality of life. So this document provides that ability for residents to look to see how we are investing in our community, whether it's water or wastewater, infrastructure, or parks and recreation. So it provides residents that ability to see what the document provides with regard to their quality of life. It increases transparency, and that's something we all strive to do at the city. It identifies the projects and funding. So by increasing transparency, citizens can, the city can get buy-in from citizens and stakeholders by allowing them to see what projects the city is investing in. On the finance side, it allows finance to be able to provide the right cash flow. Finance can determine when bonds need to be sold in order to fund projects. It also looks at the impact on the operating budget, because some of these projects that are in the 5-year CIP will require funding for operations and maintenance, such as new personnel or contractual services. So that's a benefit of the CIP as well. As Mr. Semino mentioned, future water and sewer rate increases. This year is the first year we're doing a water and sewer rate study. So we need a 5-year CIP in order to have rates projected for future years. And so we will have rates for the next 5 years going forward projected for the city, so that residents can see what future water and sewer rate increases may be, and also tax rate projections. The CIP allows us to look at when major projects will be planned and how those major projects will impact the property tax rate. And one thing I do want to note, the 5-year CIP will be on the city's website. So residents, future residents, businesses, and other stakeholders can go directly to the city's website and they can see what we all have in front of us today, all of the projects, the timing of those projects, and additionally the cost for those projects as well. So I'm going to discuss the next steps with regard to the community investment plan. Today we're having the presentation with the mayor and council, and we are, even though staff has spent numerous hours on putting this document together, we've also met with the city manager on this document. Today is the opportunity for city council to provide us some feedback on these projects. So we're open to your feedback and moving projects forward if you desire, or pushing some out, or adding some that we may not have in the plan. So we definitely want council's feedback to help us have a really good document once we submit it to city council and council adopts it. So on July 27th, we will have our next budget workshop, one very similar to today, where we will review the 5-year CIP with the mayor and council. Our plan is to submit the 5-year CIP to council on August 8th. And on August 22nd, we plan to have a public hearing on the budget and CIP, which is required by city charter. And we're anticipating that council will adopt the 5-year CIP at your council meeting on September 12th. So before we get into each department director coming up to discuss their area within the 5-year CIP, we wanted to add this slide here to show council what you previously approved back in February on the 21st, these park and recreation projects. You may recall the $1.5 million. So we want council to know that that these dollars are still in the current year budget. You won't necessarily see them in the 5-year CIP going forward because that's from fiscal year 24 to 28, but these dollars are still in the budget. These projects are currently being worked on to finalize. So if we don't spend all the money this year, these dollars will roll forward into the next fiscal year.
Councilman Getz?
June, thank you. I just want to confirm that one of these items, replacement of playground equipment at Combest Park. There were some social media posts suggesting that we had deleted that, but from what I'm hearing from you right now is confirmation that we are still on track to replace the playground equipment at Combest Park, and that it is in the capital reserve. Is that correct?
That is correct. It is in the capital reserve. I did get word from Mr. Reguette, the Parks Director, this morning that the design is almost complete or will be completed this week on this project, but it is currently funded and being planned.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
One more question, Mayor.
Councilman Turner?
I understand we have some of it is fiscal year 2023. Some of the projects that haven't been done or in the process, are they going to come up with projected timelines in the report that we normally get from staff, or is that something we can be implemented in the report, Mr. Manager?
If you mean the monthly report that you get?
Yes, sir.
Yes, these will become a part of that report from each department that's working on them. So you will get regular monthly updates on the status of it.
Councilman Getz?
Another question I have, I know that this is a 5-year plan. Obviously, there are some projects that are in here that have been in here for much longer than 5 years. In fact, I know of one that dates back to when Evelyn Lord was mayor, which was over 30 years ago. When you have projects in this plan that just continue to not be done, is it fair at some point to think about taking them out of the plan, or is this, how realistic is it to try to consider to get all of these done in 5 years? And is it true also that in order to get some of these done, we're going to have to go out for a vote to the citizens for a bond, which if they say no, how does that impact upon these proposed ideas?
It's a very good question. The 5-year CIP plan is a plan that we will update on an annual basis. So the first year is what council will adopt with the budget every year in September. The remaining 4 years, those are, they set the framework for future planning. So every year staff will review the 5-year CIP, determine what projects need to be moved up or shifted back, or even deleted from the 5-year CIP plan. As you mentioned, there are projects in future years for future considerations. Council or staff, we can, through discussion, make the determination as to whether or not some of those need to be removed if those are not necessary. So that can come from these discussions that we have with the city council or internally with the city manager.
Thank you.
And one of the other things I do want to add, and that you mentioned about a future bond referendum, as you will see in this document, there are some pretty large dollar amounts for some of these projects. So the city will, at some point, have to go to the voters for some of these projects to seek their input and approval for some of these big items that we have. That may be as soon as the next year or two.
And that brings up another point that I was thinking about. There needs to be some sort of delineation between wants and needs. And some of these things are wants, and other things are things that we really need to do now. So I guess staff is looking for direction from council, because if there's 4 council members that say they want to do it, well, then that kind of puts it in a category of it's going to be done whether it's a want or a need. That's something the council's directed staff to go. But recommendations from the staff, there's a lot of things on here, and there's not really any criteria that's talking about whether this is a want or a need that I can see.
And as I mentioned earlier, this CIP incorporates and will in the future incorporate other plans, other master plans, sidewalk master plan or the parks master plan that we're going to start next fiscal year. The strategic plan, which we've gotten feedback from council on your strategic plans for how you would like to see the city move forward. So those things will be incorporated into the document. So every year that you review this document, we hope that the majority of those projects are from these plans that staff undertake and council has an input in.
Hey,
Councilman Duria.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to, for some of us here and myself included, could you explain the different bonds and the difference between each one, like the general obligation, certificate of obligation, revenue?
I'll let our finance director or CFO do that.
Yeah, I'd like to answer that. So in the beginning when I said, give attention to the color codes on these because we do have general obligation bonds versus certificates of obligation. And we did our best to make sure all critical infrastructure would be financed through a certificate of obligation for a couple of reasons. One, we can issue those certificates at any time, and those don't go out for voter approval. So the timing of the issuance of those bonds is sometimes critical when you're talking about infrastructure. On the general obligation bond side, those go to the voter. And so we did our best not to include any critical infrastructure on our suggestions of what should be funded by a general obligation bond. Because if that bond election fails, the only alternative you have is to wait till the next election, or you can suspend elections for 3 years before you can issue a certificate of obligation on that project.
And the revenue bond?
Revenue bonds are kind of like certificates of obligation. That's really just for water and wastewater projects. Don't require citizen approval or vote.
Councilman Getz?
And so, Todd, you kind of alleviated one of my concerns there, because in terms of wants or needs, staff has already gone through and identified those projects that are really needs, and they're going to be tied to certificate of obligation funds, or they're going to be tied to capital reserve items. And then the want items like a new city hall or a new police station, that's going to really rely on the general obligation funds, and that's stuff that'll go to the voters.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Thank you.
And the one at the bottom there, the gray color operating funds, those are normally, that's funds, cash on hand, spending dollars from our fund balance. So you will see that, as Mr. Semino mentioned, throughout the presentation today as departments come before you to discuss their items. At this time, I don't have any additional discussion or comment, but if there are any additional questions for Todd or me before we call up Mr. Reguette, we're open to answer any questions.
Hey, for me. Oh, good. Go ahead. I just want to be clear that a CIP is a very fluid document. It's not something that's set in stone. It's just a reference point to give you an idea of what infrastructure projects are out there and what could possibly be done. It's not to say they're going to be done. It's not to say that they've been funded or anything. It's a planning document. City Council has found, say, an approval of the CIP plan. Staff just come forward with recommended projects, things they've seen, things that's been told to them, things that were in some of the plans, strategic plans, et cetera. So this is a fluid document that's for discussion with City Council having ultimate approval of that plan and how it's structured and what's included in it. But it's just a planning document and here for discussion purposes.
All right, and Councilman Turner?
Before we get started, Mr. Manager, I see we have expenditures and different options up here. Would it be best to talk about other mechanisms of getting revenue to spend on some of these projects now, or would it be best for me to wait to after some suggestions I have to after the presentation?
Well, I think if it's something short term, it'd be good to hear that now. If you have some other alternatives for funding, et cetera, especially within the next year. And again, this is a 5-year plan, but things we're going to use and need to put this year's budget together. If there's something in the air, I would say let's hear it today.
Well, since we're talking about funding mechanisms and we have discussed some of these things, I think it's appropriate that I kind of bring some of these options up now so we can think about this throughout these presentations. One of the first things I was really concerned about are these PIDs with the hotel tax. I think we can do up to 1.5% more, and some of that money can go into tourism and marketing and getting more things to the city of Beaumont. I think that's an entity that we need to look at because we're always looking at these things we want, but we're not looking at other options to bring in revenue. So a PID. Another thing I wanted to talk about was the TERS. I know we've been discussing TERS already as of lately, and that's when we lock in the tax rate over a certain amount of time and everything that exceeds it, we have a board that kind of oversees it and does economic development for it. I think we need to consider that because we target certain areas. It's a new program called the continuous TERS where you can kind of move it to other parts of the area and keep that fund growing. I know you talked about a park enterprise fund. You know, I think that would be good to take advantage of, but we do have some of these industrial agreements and some of these other larger companies that may want to donate. You also talked about option on the water bill, whereas, you know, citizens can make a decision if they want to make an additional donation on that water bill, they can go towards parks. And I think you talked about, I'm not sure if it can go to roads, but parks or whatever we can do. And of course, we know grow the population and some street enterprise funds, but I just wanted to kind of bring up some of these other additional options that we can kind of start thinking about and get a little bit more creative on expanding our opportunities to bring in revenue for the city. I just wanted to bring these up before we got to talking about some things, because we've been talking about some of these different economic development tools, and I think it should be on our forefront of our mind while we're going through some of these presentations.
Councilman Getz.
Well, I agree, and of course, AJ, I don't know if everybody completely understands all the acronyms and how they apply, and I don't know if we want to discuss that now or later, but Mr. Manager, you know, I believe that Councilman Turner ought to be complimented on, you know, thinking outside the box on some of these things and ways of bringing in revenue that we haven't looked at before. But what are your thoughts on discussing these additional sources now or later?
I guess legally, if it's okay, we can talk about them now. I will say the staff is certainly exploring any ways to create new revenues that will be agreeable by the city council. So we are exploring some things, but if the attorney says we're okay to talk about them now, we can.
City Manager, I just want to ask a question and get clarity here, because we have several issues to get through by 1 o'clock, which is going to be kind of a hard time because we've got city council at 3, and I know we have people from the public for some of items 4 and 5. And if we can maybe write down some of our questions, and I mean, I think these are all valid questions, very important, but this is a chance for the public to hear about these items as well. So if we can kind of stay on focus of these items and limit our questions till the end of it so that perhaps they might be answered in the process, I would think maybe that way we can respect the people that have come to the meeting that want to hear about the homelessness and the unsafe structures.
Sounds good to me. Do we want to continue with our presentation? Mr. Reguette, if you could come up and give a presentation.
I do just want to make sure, Mayor, and I don't mind waiting, but I do want to get these things on the books because we don't put deadlines and timelines on things that kind of can go on deaf ears. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that.
If we can schedule a work session for these funding mechanisms on how we might be able to utilize them here in June, we can get that scheduled.
That, or either we can put it in the next budget workshop.
All right. So athletic complex, rehabilitation of parking lots and Eagle Brick Drive. The athletic complex contains 4 parking lots and is accessed by Eagle Brick Drive. The asphalt pavement of the parking lots and roads have reached the end of their useful life and have many pavement failures. This project will mix and stabilize 8 inches worth of base and overlay with 2 inches of asphalt pavement for the parking lots. Eagle Brick Drive is a composite road section consisting of concrete panels with an asphalt overlay. Rehabilitation of the road will repair the affected concrete panels, then mill and overlay the concrete with 2 inches of asphalt pavement. Second thing is Sprout Park, construct an outdoor shelter. Construct a pre-engineered metal open-air pavilion, 30 feet by 44 feet in Sprout Park. The structure will be on a concrete slab. The pavilion will have lighting and electrical receptacles. After construction, a picnic table and trash cans will be installed at the pavilion. And that's all we have for parks. Is there any questions?
I have one.
Councilman Getz.
I know this probably comes under routine maintenance types of items, but it was pointed out that at Combest Park there were 8 dead trees, and that's just something that y'all would routinely address that doesn't need to be budgeted
Yes.
through here. Is that correct?
Yeah, we'll do that in-house.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and one thing I do want to add, Mayor and Council, as I mentioned, we will, I know Mr. Reguette just has 2 items here. Other areas have a lot more. In the budget for next year, we will be funding a parks master plan. So that's going to involve the community engagement, staff engagement. So that's going to give us a bigger picture of our existing parks and facilities, as well as what the community needs are moving out 5 years and beyond. So in future 5-year CIPs that we bring before council, you will see more park-related projects.
Thank you. Councilman Durio.
Mr. Raggett, I think we spoke in the past about all the dead trees out here in Terrell Park. Have you been able to address that?
With Terrell Park, there's quite a bit of dead trees. And actually, if you go into any park that we have, you're going to find dead trees. So what we started doing is addressing those trees that are near your sidewalks, buildings, and things like that. We're taking down first because there's so many that we have to do. So ongoing, we will continue to move into those areas that are, I'm going to say, less functions or things are going on, which means that they can stay a little longer. It's not deemed as a high priority at this point, but we will get rid of those trees. Actually, with the new sidewalk coming through here that the CVB is putting out, we're actually going to start on the section of the trees that's near that sidewalk within the coming weeks.
Councilman Getz.
I was out at the tennis center yesterday and noticed your crews, I presume they were your crews cutting down trees that were dead, and you're doing this actively now. You're cutting down trees, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Recreation, Mr. Neal.
Morning, everyone. We've got, you can see we've got a longer list of things here. We'll just go through 2024. You've got pickleball conversion at both Municipal Tennis Center, Rogers Park, and then also fitness court. We'll cover those here briefly. What we're hoping to do is to convert courts 17 through 20 at the Municipal Tennis Center, and 1 tennis court converts into 2 pickleball courts. Right now, what we've got is we've got temporary pickleball lines. The lines aren't temporary, but the nets are, so nothing is really fully there. So what we want to do is convert those 4 tennis courts into 8 pickleball courts. That will really, really help with what we're doing right now. As far as the sport itself, we've talked about it for a few years, how much it's growing. We always joke about it because it's got kind of a funny name, but people are playing it like crazy. We've put lines at Rogers Park, we've put lines at Caldwood, we've put lines at Central, and we've got some lines out at the tennis center. What this will do is give some standalone courts that are pickleball only, so you're not going to have to deal with temporary nets and moving things around. It'll give them a full-on pickleball access. So I think that would be very, very pleasing to the pickleball players, and it would be really huge for us to do so. We want to do the same thing at Rogers Park. Rogers Park's got 2 sets of tennis courts. We want to convert the 2 western set of tennis courts into 4 standalone pickleball courts as well. So that will cover those. What we're also looking for in 24 is something we asked for last year, and we decided that we were going to postpone it a little bit, is this thing called the National Fitness Campaign. It's a fitness court. Local, I guess not locally, but close to us, Katie just entered into an agreement with this same group. the National Fitness Campaign. They're going to install a court in Katy. The reason we're kind of pushing this now is that Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas is providing a $50,000 grant. Obviously, you have to be accepted for that grant, but up to $50,000 is what they will provide. So this court, last year around this time, the court itself was probably going to cost about $110,000, $120,000. Now it's up to about $150,000. If we can get this installed, really what it is, it's let's see, I've got the size roughly. It's about 1,000 square feet, and there's a bunch of amenities on this court. You can go on and do squats, you can do box jumps, you can do lunges, you can do train upper body, lower body, a bunch of different options. It's got a wall so people can, and there's some apparatus that are installed into that wall so you can utilize it. And what ends up happening is groups go out there and utilize it. People can do it individually, but it's something that really sort of we don't have. We don't have anything like that in the city presently. People work out at gyms, they work out in studios, they work out pretty much indoors, but outside there's not really anything that we have in the city that would fit the bill. When we talked about it a year or so ago, we considered Central Park. One thing the National Fitness Campaign does is they want foot traffic. They want, obviously, people to drive through, but they're really kind of pushing foot traffic. As I've explained to them, Beaumont is not a city that has a ton of foot traffic. This is considered mild to us. If you live somewhere else and you come here today, you're going to want to leave. This is going to be miserable weather to most people. We're used to it, so this is kind of an outdoors day for us. But a month from now, when it's 99 with the humidity, people are not going to really be excited about it. We're used to it. We're tougher, obviously. So I think that people would really buy into this and it would be really well supported. Again, the reason it's pushed for 24 is just for that grant. We don't know if that grant is still going to continue to be in existence, so we're trying to get it done at that point. Move on to fiscal year 25. One thing we're proposing is a cover for the driving range at the golf course. There's no other golf courses in the area that offers that. Obviously, you've got 5 Under, which is a completely different entity, but there's no other golf course that has a covered driving range, just some bays to hit from. There are 2 areas of our golf course currently that you can tee off from in the driving range. One would still remain open, but the other area we would like to cover it fairly minimally. And it would have AstroTurf, and ahead of it, you could still hit balls. You would still get up in front of it if you need to. This is tied in with what we're going to be asking for next year in just normal budgetary purposes, is we're going to ask for a driving range net to extend from the left side of the driving range all along to the end of it, which is on Babes Harry's Drive. That's something that's very much needed. If you've ever hit range balls over here at Hamburg, there's cars driving by. Just that net is something that would be very well used, very necessary. The next thing you see down there is the golf course drainage improvements, $3 million. So council approved the plan for the drainage study that is taking place this summer. That study is going to provide us with a laundry list of items that we need to perform in order to get the course to where it's going to drain better. The estimate from the firm who's performing the study is about $3 million to do all the work. With that being said, some of the work we may be able to do in-house. Some of it are just our internal staffing may be able to do. We might be able to use other staff from other departments to kind of work with us and help out with that. But it's going to be, we expect a pretty large undertaking. And if you look down to future considerations after fiscal year 28, that's a pretty big number. That's $11 million future considerations. And what that would be not to necessarily just do the improvements that are proposed through this drainage study, but really to revamp the golf course. This golf course was designed about 80 years ago. It was designed by the Army Corps of Engineers. They are not golf course designers, and therefore there's a lot of things that really need to be done to upgrade this course. Our greens were installed around the year 2000. Typically, greens with that type of grass have about a 14 to 16 year lifespan. We're at 23 now. So we've extended, we've surpassed the expectancy of those greens, and at any moment, what can happen is you start to lose them. You lose the grass, and they get to where they're almost unrepairable, and that puts you in a tough spot. So if anybody knows anything about golf, your greens are kind of your saving grace. You can have tough fairways, maybe your tee boxes need work, maybe your design isn't great, but if you got good greens, people will keep showing up. So these are just things really in the future that we're leaning toward. We're super excited that we got the drainage study approved, and that's going to be very beneficial to us this summer for them to go in and do that work and give us some ideas of what it's really going to take. And the last thing on our list is fiscal year 2026 is a Complex 4 field conversion. There's been some discussion about trying to turf Complex 4. Complex 4 is our newest softball complex. We've got Complex 1, 2, 3, and 4. There's 3 fields per complex. Complex 4 is the newest. There's been proposals to just turf the infields to try and, I guess play when it's raining, to not have as many rainouts and be able to get tournaments in when we have some tough weather, which we know we do get. This proposal is to convert those 3 fields, fully turf them, completely turf the fields, back the fences up a little bit to where not only could we play slow pitch softball, fast pitch softball, but it would give an opportunity to provide kind of 13 through 16 and even up to 18U baseball. Ford Park has 12 fields. They're really designed for 12 and under. So there's really not a place, especially in the city limits, that has a place for 13 and up baseball. There's a huge need for it. These kids are all playing, and so they need somewhere to play. And if we could turf these fields, we'd be on par with what a lot of other cities have done within the last few years. It's a pretty big expenditure. You see $6.5 million. That's going to be for getting the bleachers upgraded, getting all the drainage done, turfing the entire complex. You're going to need new netting. You're going to have to do a lot of ancillary things to get it up to speed. But once you do so, that money's going to come back. It is going to be used constantly, nonstop. And our city league, who uses it constantly as it is, they're still going to be able to use it. So those are all the things that we've got in our CIP for recreation. So any questions for that? Here you go.
Councilman Getz.
Mr. Neal, did you speak with anybody from the Southeast Texas Tennis Association before you came up with your proposal to eliminate 4 tennis courts at the Municipal Center?
I've not spoken directly with SETA, no, sir. I've talked with plenty of people in the pickleball side, but some of them are SETA members, but no one directly with SETA.
Okay, well, I have talked with SETA, and the impact of removing 4 tennis courts would have an extremely detrimental effect on recreational league play and on tournaments. And I am absolutely 100% opposed, and I have lots and lots of tennis players that feel the same way, to taking those tennis courts offline by removing those tennis courts. I understand the need for some standalone pickleball courts, but right now those courts are striped for pickleball. And you have nets that you can roll up there to use for pickleball, and you can continue to use them for tennis when the need is there for recreational play on league play nights and on tournaments. Lamar has been able to secure the Southland Conference tournament for several years now, and when you have a tournament that big coming in, bringing in players from all over the Southland Conference, staying in our hotels, staying and eating in our restaurants, that's a tremendous economic impact to the city of Beaumont. Also, to remove 2 tennis courts out at Rogers Park, those tennis courts are used every day in the evening time. So what I would suggest, you put $200,000 here in the budget to do this pickleball court conversion. We have a green area of space in between the pro shop and the tennis courts that is completely unused, not being used for anything. It's just wasted space. Instead of spending the $200,000 to convert the tennis courts into pickleball courts, maybe consider building 4 more tennis courts that can also be striped as pickleball courts and dedicate them for pickleball only. And I think what you would find is that that would be something that the tennis community would appreciate, And I have also talked to many in the pickleball community. I'm aware that they want more pickleball courts. That would make them happy as well. You could dedicate them for pickleball courts, but if you needed to, you could use them for tennis courts in a tournament. So $200,000 would go a very long way to building 4 more tennis courts. You would probably also get some funding thrown in from SETA. They would probably spend some money on that. And you could probably also go to the U.S. Tennis Association and get some grant funding to help build those courts as well. So I would encourage you to look at that as a possibility, as opposed to taking away tennis courts from taking away nets from tennis courts and making them unable to be used for tennis.
Okay. Councilman Durio?
A couple of questions, Mr. Neal. The fitness court, did y'all decide where that was gonna actually be?
Well, we talked about, ideally, we would put it at Riverfront. That can't be done just yet if we do this in the next year. The reason Riverfront would be so great is just the backdrop. If you go to their website, this started in San Francisco 20 years ago-ish, and the main court on their site shows the backdrop looking out into the bay. I mean, it's phenomenal. I think we talked about, and Emily and I have spoken about this a little bit as far as where we could do it downtown. One proposal was on the lawn space that's adjacent to the current Rotary Playground. That's probably a little bit too utilized with some other things, so we talked about kind of moving, I guess, to the north of the Rotary Playground and possibly utilizing that area beyond the sidewalk. That would be an option as well.
Also, Liberia Park, it's in a neighborhood where there's a lot of seniors that live there. And if they had a walking track around there that had different exercise stations for the seniors, something like the Lakeside Senior Center, but an outside deal out in that neighborhood for folks that can't get down there. You know, I've seen these parks where they have, you know, you go in this little, it's not, I mean, it's made for seniors just to be more active, and they have little stations where they can stop and do a few exercises, and then they walk a little further and then do another exercise. Something like that could be built in Liberia Park, because you know, the park's already there. Just put the equipment in, and if y'all could look into that.
Well, something like what we have at Sprott right now.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, Sprott's got something like that. Central has it. Pearlstein's got one. There's other ones with paths, but there's only a few that have some of these exercise stations out there.
And also, with the golf course drainage, how long would the golf course be unusable?
I don't know that it would be unusable. I think a lot of times when you do these types of things, you typically do them 9 at a time. So if you're going to, let's say you're going to do a major overhaul, you'll probably close 9 holes, keep 9 holes open, and just maybe have two sets of tees, and people can rotate that way. And then you open the other side up when you've completed the work on that side. So I wouldn't expect that we would just close the course entirely.
Councilman, oh, go ahead. You have another? Councilman Turner?
First and foremost, thank you for the presentation. I think with the baseball, the way it's exploding, and tourism, just keeping up with it, I think it's top 3 in Beaumont. So I do think that is a good option in the future. Just standardly, Mr. Manager, you've probably done these things in the past. I know it's a general obligation bond, but normally, do they all come, is it a one-time expenditure, or do they normally break it up in years? They do everything at one time, from your experience?
You mean just for the parks,
for the baseball, that's what I'm looking at, the baseball in 2026.
It depends. It depends on how much, if it's built in phases, you can issue the debt, you know, and do part of it and come back later, issue the debt later. So it depends on how you want to fund it and timing.
Okay, and my second thing is, if it would be a project that would go to the voters, I had a lot of citizens that have contacted me in reference to, you know, adding more to what's already existing. You know, we have a lot of tennis facilities already in Beaumont. We have a tennis complex. You know, we have nice golf courses in Beaumont, but a concern of a lot of citizens is, you know, youth football and flag football. In other cities, you see sports complexes where you actually have a little bit of everything existing, in one area, but if we're gonna give the voters the opportunity to speak and voice on something, I would like to see an option where it could be maybe flag football, well, maybe football facilities, like maybe 3 or 4 fields, and maybe like a basketball complex as well, with 10, where you can play volleyball, basketball, boxing. You could do all that within one facility. I think with our crime rate and it being younger juveniles, I think we need to try to give them more options. And if these type of things would go to the voters, I think there's nothing wrong with letting the voters decide on if that's an additional option that we want to look into. And yeah, I'm bringing it up because I've got a lot of phone calls about it. And just to piggyback off that, in 1974, we were named the ABC Worldwide Football Capital of the World. And currently, right now in Beaumont, we have P.J. Locke with the Denver Broncos, Mike Jacquet with the San Diego Chargers, Ryan Grant with the Washington Redskins, Keith Corbin with the Buffalo Bills, Calvin Tyler, who was recently drafted to the Cincinnati Bengals, Ennis Gaines is with the Packers, and Tony Brown is with the Colts. So there's 7 guys currently in the NFL, and I think if we could have opportunity, maybe they can, pitch in and do sponsorship. I think a lot of those guys would be willing to come to the table. I talked with several of them because they grew up playing football around here, but they really didn't have the facilities to train and practice at. And if you look at our success rate, it's the proof in the pudding. We got named Capital of the World, and we actually have 7 active guys currently in the NFL, and one has a football camp next month where it's over hundreds of kids, and it's completely free to the entire community. So if we can at least explore that option, I think it would be beneficial to the overall community, because I see a lot of projects, but none of them are kind of looking towards that. So I think as a council, I know Jimmy's going with what we gave direction to, but I just like to see if people be open to at least letting the voters have that option too, if it's going to go to the voters anyways.
Councilman Getz.
One of the things I wanted to get a status on, I don't see on the list, is extending the equestrian trails out of Terrell Park, out here. I know that we had stopped because we didn't have any more asphalt millings, but now that we're underway with 4th Street, what's the progress on that, and should that be on this report as well?
I don't have any idea.
Ken, will you come to the mic, please? Thank you. Where are we caught?
So the millings from 4th Street have already been delivered, and the Parks Department is already started back working on the trail, or extending the trail out. So it's in progress.
So that's actually being done now.
Being done now.
Any idea on when the completion date would be to go ahead and complete the loop all the way around?
I could look further into that for you so I can give you a date, because what we're doing is basically we have a guy that's set there now that's going out and dropping the millings, but it's a slow process.
Okay.
So I'll check with him and get back with you with an update.
Thank you.
Councilman Durio.
Mr. Neal, the athletic complex, adding the 4 fields, this would be the property that the city already owns. They wouldn't have to acquire any property.
This wouldn't be adding any, this would be converting existing fields. Yes, sir. We looked at trying to, that was our first goal, is to build new fields, but what happened was when we extended the tennis center and also when we added Complex 4, it sort of changed the footprint of the property that we have access to. So we wouldn't be able to build a 3 or 4 field complex as one. We'd have to kind of piecemeal it together, and that's really not the ideal way to do it. It's not the most economical way. So we're looking at the option of just converting what we already have, which I think would definitely save some money and could be done a little bit faster.
You have an update on the turf at Sprott Park?
I do not. Kenneth may have a better idea than I do.
I just had a conversation with Ty, who's the vice president of the artificial turf company that will be donating to us. We spoke on Friday, and he's resubmitted everything that we need to go through in order to get started. I got the documents over to Sheree. She gave them back to me. He made the changes, so yesterday he sent it out to me, so I'll be getting the document back out to Sheree to go over, legal document. And once that's signed, we can go forward with everything. So, but we have everything in place, all the tools that we need, machinery to grade, because that's what we're gonna do in-house, is grade the field first, and then the donation will come in, and then we'll start laying out the field.
Okay.
So we're probably looking at another 30 days before everything is
So that
coming
will
in.
be available for use coming in the fall?
Yes, it'll be available in the fall. Yeah.
Thank you, Ken.
All right.
Thank you. Councilman Neal.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Manager, so on each year, a lot of this stuff is all general obligation bond stuff, but specifically talking about for 2025, you would have to go out, I'm assuming at the latest, probably May of next year for a vote. Is that correct?
Yeah, you probably have to, it could go on either a May or November ballot. So it depends on which one you would choose to put it on, to do. And you might want to wait until 2026 to, I don't know, put it on the ballot. It's up to you, or 2025 or 2024. But you just don't have to do it then. But you want to, if you choose to put it on the ballot, you want to put it on there and be able to issue the debt as soon as possible, as close as the start of the construction of the project, because you just don't want that money sitting around in some account. Then there's some other requirements that you can't do that and gain interest on it so much. But so yeah, the timing would be important.
All right, Councilman Getz and then Councilman Turner.
I'm looking for the place that is in the community investment plan that talks about converting tennis courts at Sterling Pruitt to basketball outside courts. I've seen that somewhere in there. Where is that?
That should be on the page before.
39. 39.
Okay. All right, thank you.
39, yeah, you're right.
Yes. Mr. Manager, would this be the appropriate time to ask about recreational activities, or does that need to come on another conversation with what we're talking about right now?
You mean like programming?
Yes, programming, different activities for the youth.
Okay, so activities, not so much things, projects. It would probably be better at a different time. If we can schedule that again at that next budget workshop, it might be more appropriate.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to see some recreational programs being presented
Okay.
to us.
All right.
And I just want to chime in that I'm in agreement. We need to talk about recreational programming.
Any other questions?
One thing to add on the recreational programming. I think what we will need to do is have a work session before our July meeting, some type of work session, because at the July meeting, we plan to pretty much have the budget buttoned up by then. So, because that's July 27th is when we plan to have the second budget workshop. So between now and then, we will need to meet.
Can we add that to a public workshop that we may do in June in terms of the other financing options as well as recreation?
We can, yes. And we'll do that.
All right. All right, thank you. Oh,
One more question, Mayor.
Councilman Neal.
All right, so going back to the 2025, you got $3.1 million that you want to do as general obligation bonds that would have to go out to the voters, which I'm a big fan of doing that. The first one is a small bond, just to kind of test the waters and see what the community thinks on that. But I think on that one, you could also make the case to move up the athletic complex 4-field conversion and do all that as one bond.
Well, when we look ahead, there's other general obligation bond suggestions for 2025 as well, so it might be a bigger number than just what we're seeing on that one page.
Fair enough, but specifically talking about recreation.
Right.
I think that's a good point, council member, because if you're looking at doing those projects, I guess in the scheme of things overall for a parks bond, 10 million is not a lot for a city, so putting them together would probably make more sense.
Yeah, and they can be on the same referendum. You know, let's say we had a referendum in November, but the timing can be a year later in terms of construction, and that's how we have it here in 2026. But we can go to the voters for multiple projects.
And when we do general obligation bonds, can we break them up so that the voters have independent choice on the different items?
Yes.
Yeah, it's required now by state law. They can't be lumped together. They've got to be parks, whatever's got to be one item. Streets has to be an item. Police, whatever building has to be an item. So now it's required that it's certain wording that they recommend that you put and you separate them. They have to be separated.
All right. Thank you.
Sir.
Facilities, Mr. Folsom.
Good morning. Okay, the projects I'm about to go through, some of them are needs that probably in the near future you probably need to consider. Some of the other ones are projects that probably need to consider in the future. Some of the facilities that are on this list that may be replacing or outdated or we've outgrown. So just want to throw that out there. The first project we're looking at is the Lake District restroom facility to be proposed for 24-25 at a cost of $685,000. And what that's going to consist of is a new men's and women's restroom facility to be constructed on the north side of the Centennial Playground located in the Lake District area. The proposed project would consist of a single-use men and women's restroom, concrete sidewalk, fence modifications, plumbing and electrical, and the facility will be designed to fit kind of similar to the event center in the lakeside as far as the style. Next project is City Hall courtyard and plaza renovations, which would be consisting of revamping the front of City Hall, the area between Civic Center and City Hall, and the small area on the south side of City Hall. But basically would involve installation of new paving, lighting, side amenities, and water fountain in the courtyard area between City Hall and the Civic Center, including the front and south side of City Hall. This project would include the removal of a portion of the Civic Center walk canopy to open that area up. The project would include adjustment of grade elevations and new landscaping in front of City Hall to replace the trees that are currently causing pavement damage. This project would enhance the area surrounding City Hall and provide a more user-friendly, inviting space. And that estimated cost is $1,190,000. Next project on the list is a new nested T-hanger, a 10-unit, in FY 25-26 at a cost of $2,800,000. That's construct a 10-unit nested T-hanger to accommodate the storage of 10 small private aircraft. The proposed improvements would be a pre-engineered metal building with bifold doors, concrete foundation, fire protection, electrical, concrete taxi lanes, and required firewall and minimal landscaping. This new hangar would be constructed on the north side of the airport property. And that's at a cost of, I already said that, $2,800,000. Next project is Animal Care Services and Adoption Center. As most of you know, the current facility wasn't built for the needs that they have today, and the site is really small at this point. But proposing a 25-26 timeline at a budget of $6,240,000, and this project consists of a new animal care and adoption services facility to be located to a site that would allow for more ground space and visibility. The proposed project would consist of 18,000 square foot of building space, site parking, and include a fenced dog run area adjacent to the facility, which they don't have it currently. The next project is the large airport clear span hangar, which would be rented out to private individuals. Proposed for 26-27 at a budget of $2,330,000, and that'd be construct one 11,995 square foot clear span pre-engineered large box hangar to accommodate private aircraft. The proposed improvements would include the metal building with a large hangar door, concrete foundation, concrete access apron, electrical, fire detection, minimal landscaping, and engineering fees. The next project is a new restroom facility at Athletic Complex number 3, or projected in 27-28 at a budget of $406,000. And that's construct a new men's and women's restroom facility at Complex 3 field. The proposed project will consist of a multi-use men and women's restroom, concrete sidewalk access, fence modifications, plumbing, electrical, and the removal of the existing restroom. The design of the new facility would be similar to the existing facility at Complex 2, but on a smaller scale on that. The next project is a new fire station number 4, which would be projected for 27-28 at a proposed budget of $5,032,000. That's construct a new fire station number 4 facility near the site of the existing fire station. The proposed project will feature pull-through stalls, separated dorm rooms, workout room, ample parking space, and security fencing. This facility will be designed to meet the needs of a modern fire department with all service and living space at ground level. And this one could be constructed probably similar to 2 and 11 that were recently built in the last few years. And then the next on the agenda is projected to be in 27-28, but it's a new recreation center at a budget cost of $9,590,000, and that's construct a new recreation/activity center at a location to be determined within the city. The proposed project would consist of an indoor basketball court, indoor racquetball court, weight room, activity room, restroom/locker rooms, admin area, and site parking. And this facility would be focused on physical activities, summer programs, fitness programs, and interactive learning activities. And the next is the 555 Main Street Plaza. I know there's a lot hasn't been determined on that site at this point, but that would be proposed possibly in 24-25. I've got a projected cost of $9,400,000, subject to change with what amenities are put in or what objects or interactive things to be constructed, but construct a new plaza on the site of 555 Main Street to provide a gateway entrance into Riverfront Park. And the proposed amenities for the plaza shall include a water fountain, water splash pad, amphitheater, restroom facility, decorative lighting, and a building that would house a minimum of 4 vendor storefronts. And the next item would be a new City Hall complex projected for FY 26-27 at a cost of $20,760,000. And that's to construct a new City Hall facility at a downtown site to be determined. The new facility would incorporate a surrounding plaza to enhance the quality of life in the downtown area. The vision is to create a town square in the downtown area that would help promote further development in the downtown area. The next one, which is a project that's currently under construction, which is a Riverfront Park restoration. And that estimated cost right now, or budgeted cost, is $19,036,876, which the city is working with FEMA and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers on stabilizing the shoreline around Riverfront Park, which was substantially damaged as a result of Hurricane Harvey. The current estimated cost for the stabilization, which is the $19 million. This project will be primarily paid for with funding from FEMA, and the difference is projected to be paid from certificates of obligations that were issued in 2013. The city is also planning to construct pedestrian/bike paths, landscaping, and lighting improvements in the park. And the final project, which is be for future consideration, which is a new police department facility at a projected cost of $35,665,000, and that's to construct a new police department facility at a downtown site to be determined. The proposed facility will be approximately 106,000 square feet in size and feature modern technology and ample space for all personnel. And that wraps up my projects. Do you have any questions?
Councilman Getz?
Keith, we were told by prior city manager that in the previous capital improvement plan that improvements at 555 Main Street would, and that included purchase and taking down of the building and doing any improvements, would be $5 million. I was opposed to any of that then, and now I see the price tag has grown to a proposal of $9.4 million. What explains that change?
Well, that number I've got here is what the amenities I'm putting in there.
So these are new amenities that you're proposing,
Yeah.
that have grown from before when this previous city manager was here?
Yes, sir.
And those amenities include what again?
It's going to be basically the plaza that goes through there, a fountain, a building set up for vendors that can be leased out, restroom facility, water splash pad, and amphitheater.
And we've also seen, and we've contracted with a group to give us an overall downtown master plan that has a completely different idea of what to be done with that space. So how do those two proposals intersect?
Well, I don't think that other plan is really defined yet. It just really showed an amphitheater there. So this is going to be subject to change. These are ideas that I put forth. Once we have a master plan in place from either the architect or the engineering firm, this will change because they're going to have different ideas that will be bringing forth.
Yeah, I'm trying real hard to understand because, if you start going forward on this plan with your plaza that your ideas, and for some reason the voters or the council decided to go with this amphitheater and Riverwalk plan that we've seen, obviously they're not the same thing. So
no,
I'm just, how does all that work?
Well, it's just until we get it defined, whichever the way the council's going to go, if they're going to go with, the firm that brought forth their plan, then that's a different deal. When I put this together, I went with the plan that I had proposed. So it's subject to change.
Okay. It'll be up to the council.
That's correct.
Gotcha. Any other questions? Councilman Turner?
Hey, Mr. Williams, even with the Downtown Development Committee, I think it's important that we kind of see where we are with them as well and see if it all matches up. That's my concern too with the 555 Main Street Plaza. You know, I'm open. I know we need to do something. I just want to make sure the Downtown Development Committee, the Downtown Development Plan staff, we just all on the same page.
Understood.
Yeah, I just felt like we needed a placeholder for this. I mean, it's subject to change. Everybody's got their own ideas.
Thank you. Yes, Council.
So at what point do you need firm direction from council to proceed? I mean, where on the calendar do we fall before you really say, I really need to make a decision? I remember at a workshop, I think last year, or maybe it was before last year, you asked everybody whether or not we wanted to go forward with asbestos abatement work, and you pointed out at that time, if we go forward with asbestos abatement work at 555 Main Street, it's going to significantly impact a lot of the infrastructure items in that building detrimentally. And at that time, there was no appetite from anybody on council but me to leave it alone. And so we went forward with that asbestos abatement work, and it did detrimentally impact a lot of the infrastructure items in that building. And yet, even with that, there have still been people, even as recently as this month, wanting to come forward to look at walking through the building, possibly purchasing the building, doing something with the building. So at what point do we make a firm decision?
Well, I mean, as it stands right now, council has made the decision to demo it. So until it comes back to council to be rescinded or go a different direction, everything's still up in the air at this point. So, but right now, the demo is, we're proceeding forth with that. We're revising the drawings and everything to go out for bid again for the demo and the site work. So at that point, if you want to kill the project at that time, the council has to vote on it.
Okay.
Councilman Turner.
And lastly, Mr. Williams, I do know that at the state level, a grant was put in for a recreational facility up to $9 million. So they would know around September when they approve that budget if it actually goes through. So if that grant was provided and the city of Beaumont was awarded it, would that change the timeline of the recreational facility if we were able to secure that grant funding we've been working on?
What year do we have it in?
27, 28.
Yes, more than likely, because typically there's a timeline associated with grants and the expending of them. So I would think if we had the money, that would certainly move that project up if you found a grant that would pay for that project.
I just wanted to make sure of that because I know it's something we've been working on.
Councilman Getz.
Other than 555 Main Street, it looks like every item that is being proposed is subject to being passed by the voters through general obligation bonds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, well, thank you.
All right, thank you.
We will start with drainage. So previously, council approved a citywide ditching program with the goal to ditch 20% of the ditches in each ward each year, with the goal over a 5-year period to have ditched everything. And just to remind y'all, that'll set the ditches back on grade, clean out the culverts, and replace and reset any culvert more than 3 inches out of grade. We've got 316 miles of ditches within the city of Beaumont. Only change to this item was due to our experiences through the first part of this program. We did have to edge the dollars up a bit, so the total program cost over the through 2028 is $18.5 million. At the end of that, all the ditches will be in good shape, draining properly as designed. We have 2 projects that we submitted for CDBG grant money. The first, Laura Edition, has been awarded under that competition. So that will go through and ditch all the open ditches within the Laura Edition, replace culverts, fix the underground culverts within that area. This area was severely impacted during Imelda, and that's why we were able to obtain the grant funding. So that project's at $1.5 million. The grant will cover $1 million of it. We also submitted for Phelps Road. Unfortunately, we were denied initially on Phelps Road. We have since appealed this project, and we are hopeful that we'll hear back a positive response. But again, that would be $1 million in CDBG money. In this case, we'd only have to fund $100 over that to improve the drainage along the length of Phelps Road. The last item, which is again a continuation of what was previously approved by council, is the stormwater pipe inspection, point repair, and data asset management. We've got a lot of underground storm drains within the city of Beaumont. City of Beaumont's a fairly old city, so this program is to get in there and inspect existing pipes, primarily starting at outfalls, the major piping systems that are under our control, clean them, inspect them, and then perform any necessary repairs on them. We did this along the length of 4th Street as part of the rehab for 4th Street. Found a number of utility conflicts that had gone through our storm drain. So, as a result, we'll be able to improve the drainage along 4th as we address what was discovered on that. The only change to this program is we edged up the dollars just a little bit on it because of the scope that needs to be done out there. Any questions on drainage? Okay, we'll move on to streets. The 4th Street road rehab's underway now. That's, as y'all are all well aware, I'm sure at this point, that consists of milling the entire surface of 4th, which is pretty much done now, repairing the base, and then they'll overlay the entirety of the length of 4th Street. The street rehab program, this is a continuation of what we've done for a number of years. This goes hand in hand with our pavement condition assessment, when the vendor has come back and recommended that in order to continually improve the overall condition of the streets within the city of Beaumont, we need to spend $8 million a year on various aspects of road rehabilitation, which is what this does for us. Bridge repairs, you've not seen this before. Every year, TxDOT comes through and inspects all the bridges within the city of Beaumont. As they did so this past year, staff went through and realized that though we've received those assessments of our bridges, we haven't really done anything with them. And this particularly came to our attention with the bridge on Laughlin Road that goes to the landfill and the sewer treatment plant. So that bridge was in need of immediate repair, which we did. We went through and we thoroughly assessed all of the other recommended bridge repairs citywide, and as a result are coming back to you with the necessary improvements to rehabilitate the defects that TxDOT found in those bridges. So the first item is addressing 13 bridges citywide. So these are the smaller items that are combined together, and then you'll see a couple others that are larger bridges a little further on. The next 2 programs were submitted in the TxDOT Transportation Alternatives Program for sidewalks. The first one is the one along Finette Road, which is Beaumont United. And this will do the sidewalks from, I think it's from 4th Street all the way, and I'm missing the cross street, but it's past the school. I think it might have been Edmonds, if I'm not mistaken. But it'll do the sidewalks on both sides of the road. It'll also improve signage for mid-block crosswalks and replace driveways, address them when necessary. Total project cost is estimated at $915,000.
Was that grant approved?
That grant's not approved. It's, we're still waiting to hear on that one.
Bart, was that grant for Beaumont United and Charleston Pollard area, or that would just cover Beaumont United area?
Perfect transition. The next one's
Okay.
Charlton Pollard area. So the second one, that's Irving and Brooklyn sidewalks to the amount of $1.8 million, and that's right there in that Charlton Pollard area. This will serve the community as well as the elementary school in the neighborhood and address sidewalks along the length of 2 streets. So that one's also been put in. The third project, which doesn't show in the CIP, was to redo the school zone signage citywide in all school zones throughout the entire city. Then moving on, the next item is new. It's sidewalk repair. So this is to improve or repair sidewalk infrastructure throughout the city. It's placed in there at $1 million a year. Emphasis is to be given to infrastructure around schools or school-related destinations. So that'll be our first focus out of the gate. As Mr. Ellis mentioned earlier, we're going to put in the budget for a sidewalk master plan with a first phase focus on schools, areas surrounding schools. And we hope to get that plan underway and then use the recommendations of that plan to feed into this line item for the $1 million in improvement.
Councilman.
Yes, sir.
Do we have an idea of or listing of those sidewalks that are in desperate need of repair, as well as those that are close to school campuses?
With the pavement condition assessment that's going on right now for the roads, we added a sidewalk component. So they're going to come back with an inventory of all the sidewalks citywide as they drive the roads to assess them, and they're going to give us a rough assessment of condition of those sidewalks on a 1 to 5 scale. So when we get that back, we'll have a starting point on our inventory towards what you're relating to.
Any projected time frame or when we will have that?
We should have the study back here in the next few months on the PCI rating and the sidewalk assessment.
Okay. Mr. Manager, these two, Finette Road and Charlton Pilot sidewalk, that we're trying to get done with a grant, if for some reason we don't get that grant, we still need to find a way to fund these sidewalks and get them done.
Okay, Mr. Ask for Everything, Councilmember. Yeah, we would, you know, we would look and see if there's some other sources of funding for these. I would like to say we plugged in $1 million. You know, it's kind of a placeholder. A couple of council members had mentioned it to me, and Councilmember Neal might have been one of them about sidewalks. So we're plugging in something. We don't know if that's the number yet, but it's a placeholder for sidewalks.
And Councilman Getz has a question about that.
So,
and I was kidding with Councilmember Dury.
With regard to sidewalks, Bart, in the past when we've talked about doing sidewalk repairs, I was always told that it's the responsibility of the property owner that the sidewalk goes on to maintain and pay for their own sidewalk. In fact, I think that may be in the ordinance or somewhere.
It is.
Are we moving away from that now, and we're going to start picking and choosing sidewalks on private property to repair, or how does this interact with that?
Yeah, the current ordinance does state that as the property owner, you're responsible for maintaining the sidewalk that's on your property. And this would be a change in direction specifically focused around improving sidewalks for school traffic. So we would possibly have to look at that ordinance and how it's constructed as we move forward.
Yeah, that's my question is, do we have to consider changing the ordinance in order to be able to go forward with this type of project?
So there's several ways that you can attack this. You could make an exception in the ordinance for, obviously for school traffic, since that's the focus, and improving like walk to school areas. And so council could, essentially choose to modify their direction and do that. If you remove the section completely, then you would have to talk about what that looks like in residential neighborhoods as well, because several of our residential neighborhoods, or a few of our residential neighborhoods, do have sidewalks that might require attention as well.
Yeah, and in terms of sidewalks for school traffic, although we have applied for grant funding for the one around Beaumont United and in the Charlton Pollard neighborhood, we don't have any funding mechanism, and it's not even listed on here, to put sidewalks for the Westbrook traffic up to Dallin, which is equally important as the Beaumont United. Lots of kids walk to the apartment complexes and the townhouse complexes from Westbrook up to Pinchback, and so, not asking for everything, but asking for asking for equal consideration. If we're going to do one high school, we need to do both.
Yeah, that's why we're looking at plugging in an amount every year, and we can do a project or major projects every year. We get feedback that we're not pedestrian friendly. Sometimes a good, robust sidewalk system is a real quality of life issue for a city. If that's what you want to do or decide to do, it certainly has its benefits for mobility and for people being able to walk or bike to get around.
And Councilman, Barty's indicated that the grant is specifically for sidewalks, so that makes a difference as well. If where city is applying for grant funding that might not have, we've done this in the past, things that the city has applied for, and then, funneled that back into the school district, the free lunch program, for example, kind of like a pass-through. So if the grant is specifically for sidewalks, a municipality can apply for it. That's something to take into consideration, and then it wouldn't affect our ordinance at all anyway, because the city isn't using essentially their money.
And another part of the ordinance does state that the city can come in and construct sidewalks, repair sidewalks, despite the fact that the other part says that the homeowner is responsible. We have gone through, as part of full road reconstruction on Washington and 7th Street, and we've addressed sidewalks on existing streets on private, well, within easement on private.
Those were always a part of a full street reconstruction.
Correct. Well, trying to limit our amount of money, it's a large amount of work that's necessary out there for sidewalks. So we've got to take a bite at it somewhere.
Hey, Councilman Samuel had a.
Well, I just wanted to, I'm curious as to when would be the proper time to address possibly the ordinance that deals with the sidewalks. But I'm happy to hear that we can make exceptions, because in some areas, particularly south end of Beaumont, where it was ditches, open ditches for a long time, but now there are sidewalks there, but they're in disrepair, and there are folks that have handicaps. Particularly, I'm thinking about right there at Irving and Madison.
Shirley Purdy.
Yes, Ms. Purdy. She's been talking about that for the longest. She can't get her wheelchair down a sidewalk because one yard may have a sidewalk, the other yard may not. And we're not doing new street construction. So that tells me that even property owners may not be able to afford to do the sidewalks. But what are we gonna do? Are we gonna leave them in disrepair where they have no sidewalks? So we have to look at a program now that will address sidewalks in existing right-of-ways that have no sidewalks. So I'm just wondering, when is the time to deal with that? Is it during this budget process, another meeting, or what?
So, and if you, Mayor Beaumont, there's nothing wrong with the current ordinance. The current ordinance allows for a council to make exceptions and to do the things that you're proposing. The overall concept is that has the council's philosophy changed as it relates to some of these things? And if so, then that direction should be given at a separate meeting for staff to consider.
Okay, I think that answers my question, because it seems like there's a question as to whether this council is taking a different position on how we move forward with addressing private sidewalk, the sidewalks that are on private property.
We are assuming that you are with this approach.
That's correct.
Both the dollar amount as well as to speak to when it's appropriate to talk about where we focus the funding. That's the intention of that sidewalk master plan, with the initial goal to focus around schools as a primary phase one, and then certainly as funding's available, we can expand the focus beyond schools to in other phases.
Understood.
Well, and some of this will be taken care of if we proceed with general obligations bond by the public getting to vote on these various items in terms of what they determine to be one more important than the other. Not specifically within this, but within, I mean, we're seeing general obligation bonds quite a bit, so they'll be broken down from whether it's parks.
These are CO though. These would not require a vote.
Right.
Oh, gotcha.
Well, my concern is, even on Washington Boulevard, where you see it's newly constructed, if you're not careful, there's already grass growing up on those new sidewalks, and we just fund a substantial amount of, investment, and we depending on residents to protect it. But like Councilmember said earlier, the reality is maybe the residents don't have the revenue to weed it, and if we're not careful, that grass is gonna overtake those brand new sidewalks on Washington.
Yeah, and in addition to that, there are areas in which these are not owner-owned properties.
Heirs, yep.
Heirship, properties that's been caught up in probate, various things. But we have to do something to maintain those sidewalks, or even improve those sidewalks in those areas.
Councilman Gibbs.
So are we going to have a separate workshop to talk about sidewalks and council philosophy, and present the pavement condition index of the sidewalks when that's done? And I just want to throw one other area out there, since we're talking about specific areas, not even in Ward 2, but Laurel, from the freeway access road down to 23rd Street. If you look closely enough, there is remnants of a sidewalk there. Maybe there is a complete sidewalk there, but you'll never know it because it's so overgrown. And there's so much pedestrian traffic from the apartment complex up there. I want to make sure that that gets on the list for consideration whenever that list is developed.
When we finish and get the report back from the vendor on the roads and the sidewalk inventory, we can certainly present that to council.
The sidewalk master plan, will it take care of a lot of these questions that we're asking right now?
It'll be a first step towards that. Our thought process is to take an initial phase with that master plan surrounding schools, and that's just to try to put a scope on it that's reasonable. I mean, because the dollar amounts are going to grow quickly. I think every city has this issue that's been in existence for a long time, and I believe the city of Dallas looked at the whole thing, and they estimated roughly that their sidewalk need to fix all their sidewalk needs was $25 billion. And their initial phases, I think, were along the lines of 37 million. So obviously a small part of the overall. You can scale us down quite a bit from where Dallas is, obviously, but still, we're gonna have a much greater overall need to just fix every sidewalk that's in disrepair or fix sections that aren't connected to each other. So we've got to somehow focus on a portion of it, and from everybody's comments, citizen comments coming, and council comments, it seems schools is a good place to start that focus on.
Will we maintain sidewalks, like say, for a property that may have been abandoned? And, you know, well, we're actually have contractors going out cutting the yard and they have a sidewalk in front of it that's overgrown or damaged. Would that be something that the city maintains or can fix?
That's something the city should be able to have the contractor keep it clear. As part of this repair, we can look at where we focus those repairs, this initial $1 million line item. With my thought being finish the master plan phase 1 and then look and focus around the schools primarily for those needs with the initial money.
In other cities, is that something that's normal, that the private property owner is responsible for repairing sidewalks and things like that?
It's different in different cities. It's according to what you want to adopt. Typically, the more progressive cities take care of it because they want to make sure that it's done. And they want to make sure that they have a comprehensive sidewalk system. You know, it depends. And then too, sometimes for new development, the new development's responsible for coming in, putting that sidewalk in front of their property. And that's just kind of a existing, so city would do some things, but a new developer is responsible for putting in new sidewalks in front of their property.
Councilman Getz.
You know, trees are the bane of sidewalks, streets too for that matter, and they tear them up. I would like to see us, if possible, consider partnering with the citizens in the following way. You know, there might be citizens that are willing to buy the material to repair a sidewalk, but they don't have the expertise, and that there's a lack of contractors around here because, you know, we have not had a lot of public investment in sidewalks. Private investment in sidewalks. Could we do something where if a homeowner has a sidewalk in front of their property that's just dilapidated, where they would agree to purchase the material that the city could provide labor to put the sidewalk back in proper condition according to city specifications? Is that something that could be thought about?
We could certainly, you know, look, see maybe if there's another city who's done a program like that and see what it would entail.
Okay.
It could be talked about, because in some cities I've been in, you know, even with the culverts in the street, if they bought the culvert, the city would put it in. You know, so there are different things like that that you can do for partnerships based upon whatever you want to do and the city feels good about.
I firmly believe that you would have some citizen support for that, you know, people would say, well, yeah, I'll buy the material and the supplies, whatever's necessary, if y'all come and make it like y'all want, you know, city specifications require.
Well,
Councilman Samuel.
I think we need to have a work session on how we move forward with this program, because I'm thinking that there's an importance for sidewalks, but there are some main thoroughfares where there's no sidewalks existing. People are and some not even curb and gutter. They're having to walk on the side of a ditch. So we have to be able to address that, because it becomes a public safety issue also. So I think this is something we need to discuss in a workshop, and how we're going to move forward with dealing with sidewalks.
Mayor, we can bring it back at the work session That will help expedite things.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We can continue.
Okay. So moving on, there's been a number of roads that have been in the CIP for consideration in the past, and with the expansion to a true 5-year program, we took a look at that list and moved those roads within the years we felt were appropriate. So the first of those would be Highland Avenue, spanning FY 25 and 26. And this would be milling, fixing base, doing base repairs that are necessary, and doing an asphalt overlay on the entire length of Highland from Euclid to US 69. In similar fashion, the next one's Avenue A, which would be FY 26, 27 from Washington to College. The next one is pulling off of that TxDOT bridge assessment, but actually replacing the Calder Avenue Bridge and widening it. It's a narrow bridge, doesn't meet current code, doesn't allow for pedestrian access, so this would replace, widen, and add pedestrian access for the Calder Avenue Bridge.
Where on Calder Avenue?
It's over there by Caldwood, Caldwood area. And then the next one is Highland Avenue over the LNVA. It would replace that bridge. It has a number of repairs, deficiencies in it, and so this would replace it in its entirety, FY 26, 27. The next one is Broadway from ML King to 11th. So that's mill and overlay of Broadway down that length in 27, 28. Park Street would be next, 27, 28 from MLK to College. The next one moves more to more residential area for Pecos from Jaguar to 7th. And that's in FY 28. And then as you can see, there's a number of roads still that we have for future consideration that we have not pulled up. Carroll and Sycamore Street, Doucette, the planned Dallin Road extension, East Lucas Road rehab, that's from Magnolia to Pine, Gladys Street, Jim Gilligan, Natchez, and then the future Point Parkway North. Any questions on the streets?
Yes, sir. Bart, we discussed as a council that the $8 million is divided up into 4 wards equally, and
Yes.
I know we have a fairly new council with our new mayor, but are we still looking at maybe proportioning out where the older wards, which is Wards 3 and Wards 4, get a little bit more funding to address the needs? Because I know we kind of talked about this last budget season. I don't want to move past it without getting
Right.
confirmation of which direction we're going in.
Well, the wards, as y'all know, are split by population. So that's how the ward lines are determined. But the wards are not equally split on road miles or age of the roads within the wards. So wards 3 and 4 have significantly more road miles, particularly asphalt, than wards 1 and 2. So my plan was, with this current pavement condition assessment, to come back to y'all with the current condition of all the roads within those wards, and I'd like to proportion the money by road mile and condition, and not necessarily an exact 25% split per ward. I think that's a more rational way to do it, is to split the money by road miles that are in need of repair as opposed to by ward lines.
Thank you. My second question was, I know we paid for a study, I think it was roughly $70,000 for our sewer and drainage, and we gave instructions to do a directional flushing plan. I just want to know, where are we at with that? Are we still working on it? And, I just want to, I know we spent that money. I just want to make sure we're executing that, following the plans of the actual results of the study.
Well, the study recommended a number of aspects, and really we should probably talk about this with the chlorine dioxide, which is in the water on the next one, not streets, but we could bring that up, don't
We'll
let's
just,
forget it.
yeah, focus on that in the next one. Thank you.
All right.
Councilman Gett.
In terms of proportioning the street repairs amongst the wards, and we've previously done it on a 25% basis of each ward. I understand that there might be more cumulative road miles in some of the older sections of the city. But as long as we have the $2 million in road miles in wards 1 and 2 that still need to be done, you're not suggesting that we shift that money into wards 3 and 4 to do pavement repairs and not take care of the needs that are still in 1 and 2, are you?
I'm suggesting that we need to split the $8 million based on road miles and not based on ward lines, which are cut by population. So it would shift money from wards 1 and 2 towards wards 3 and 4 slightly because of the difference in the road miles.
When you say slightly, I mean, what are you talking about? Because I think that we can all agree that every ward has streets that need to be repaired, and
Right.
will always have streets that need to be repaired. And when we're using our taxpayer dollars, a lot of which comes from 1 and 2, I think that those residents want to make sure that their roads are repaired as well.
Mm-hmm.
So if we are talking about, allocating of funds based on road miles, there's probably road miles in wards 1 and 2 that need to be considered as well.
1 and 2 also has a higher pavement condition index, and I expect that to continue in the study that's coming back. So when I come back to you, I'll also be showing the condition of the road miles within there, because obviously if roads are in poor repair, we need to address them no matter where they are.
Okay.
Councilman Durio.
Yeah, but as you said before, the roads in Ward 3 and 4 are older, they're asphalt, they're in more disrepair, they need more work. And like you said, as you said, the older a road is, the more road miles it's gonna have. So what's important is to try to catch up the streets in Ward 3 and 4 with the streets that's in Ward 1 and 2. And the only way we could do that is shifting the money to where it's most needed. And I'm pretty sure they're not gonna just stop doing repairs in Road 1 and 2. We're trying to catch Ward 3 and 4 up to where all of the roads in the city are even, and it's gonna take shifting some money around. It's not gonna completely stop doing work on Wards 1 and 2, but it's gonna try to catch up the streets in Wards 3 and 4, correct?
Correct.
Yep. And this, what I want to emphasize though is that there are, at least I'm speaking for Ward 2 now, plenty of places in Ward 2 where we have asphalt roads. I'm thinking of Amelia. I'm thinking of some of the older sections of Ward 2. Yes, a lot of the newer developments are concrete, and those roads are in better condition. I agree with that. But there's still a lot of road miles in Ward 2 for sure that are asphalt roads that are going to continue to need repair and replacement.
But I don't think he's suggesting he's gonna stop repairing roads in Ward 2. What he's saying is more work needs to be done in Ward 3 and 4.
Okay, and Councilman Samuel.
I'm not gonna beat this horse to death. I think we have to have a workshop, but in order for there to be parity throughout the city, there's gonna have to be equity and not necessarily equal spending of funds. So that's an issue that we're gonna have to deal with.
All right, thank you. Let's continue, please.
This moves us on to water. So the annual dead-end flushing, this is for purchase of actual hardware, both manual and automated, to facilitate dead-end flushing required by TCEQ. That's been in the budget previous years. This just extends it out to 5 years. The annual water production system repairs, there's a large amount of items throughout water production that don't have specific capital projects, but they're capital in nature that come up each year, and this is to facilitate those repairs. In the past, we've redone chlorine residual injectors, et cetera, through their replaced pumps. The next item is the annual water line replacement. This has traditionally been in there to the tune of about $2 million, and you'll see the jump in FY 2025, and we put it out that far specifically to not have to go back out for a bond any sooner. But right now, we're replacing approximately 0.3% of the water lines in the city with that $2 million. So that, if we continue at that rate, that means we're assuming that each pipe we put in the ground has a 344-year life cycle. So what we're doing by bumping it up to 8.755 million in 25, and then we continue increasing with expected rate of inflation in subsequent years, that's trying to ratchet us up to a 1.25% replacement. That gets us to an 80-year life cycle. So when we put that pipe in the ground, we're expecting it to last for 80 years rather than 344 years. There's 865 miles of water line within the city of Beaumont approximately. So I realize this is a big dollar increase, but while we've addressed a lot of sewer line replacement, we quite frankly have not addressed water line replacement within the city of Beaumont, and we've got to do so at a point going forward. So I'm projecting to start that in 2025, and that'll feed into that water rate study that's going on. The water transmission line rehab, the next line item, these are exposed lines that are above ground, and this is to go in, blast them, remove any rust, and paint those to keep them in good shape down the road. The next two items are the Collier's Ferry pump station and the accompanying water line down Pine to bring the water from that pump station to the Pine Street plant. And the Collier's Ferry pump station's underway. The water line's due to be underway here fairly soon. Pine Street water production plant chemical improvements. This is to mainly increase the amount of chemical storage on site per TCEQ requirements. It also replaces the polymer system at the plant within that project. Then the South Basin sludge, we have a number of basins that pull solids out of the water at the plant. Those basins are designed to be able to be drained and then cleaned, and those drains are not working properly out of the basin. So this is to address the deficiencies in those drains to allow us to use in-house personnel to clean them on a periodic basis. The Southwest Elevated Storage Tank rehab, that's underway now and will finish up in 2024. Lobe motor starter and electrical improvements. So we had some continuing work to finish out Harvey damage at Lobe. This also improves by lifting the generator up above what the flood level was during Harvey, as well as some other electrical gear. It also changes the electrical voltage down from, it's either 24 or 2700 volts now, down to 480, making it more affordable and easier for our people to repair that without bringing outside contractors in. And put motor starters on all the pumps. When Loeb was brought up immediately after Harvey to get it operational, they put 2 motor starters for 4 pumps, and it requires you to swap them around, and so this gets us back to a motor starter per pump as well. The Orange Avenue water main rehab, this is a 20-inch cast iron water line crossing near Orange Avenue. The reason why that cost is so high is that goes under 5 railroad tracks. So that's to get that line replaced under 5 different tracks. And this goes into Councilman Turner's piece on discolored water. So the Pine Street water production plant adding chlorine dioxide to it. It's a $2.5 million project that'll wrap up in FY25. This was the main step that the study recommended to prevent discolored water in the system. So discolored water is caused by iron and manganese, which currently is suspended in the water by means of a polymer that's added at Pine. And as long as the water doesn't age too much, it remains suspended. But if it ages a little too long, those minerals deposit within the water lines and form sediment. And then if you have disruptions in the water lines, a water line break, you have a fire and you crank open a bunch of fire hydrants, then it'll stir up that sediment and it discolors the water. So the main recommendation by the consultant was to change from suspending those minerals in the water to removing them at the Pine Street plant. And then...
Question on that before
Yes,
you
sir.
get off. Did we have a chlorine dioxide generator at the plant before that we just never used or that we tried to use?
There was one added around 2010, and I believe it was primarily supposed to be in conjunction with the chlorine, the ammonia and chlorine that's added to have additional disinfection. But when they turned it on, it did its job in terms of removing the iron and manganese, but the injection point was right before the filters, and so it just clogged the filters. My understanding, it was only used for a very, very short period of time and turned back off.
So it was just located in the wrong location so that it made it ineffective to be able to be used?
Again, I think that this was previous administration. I wasn't involved at the time. I believe they were primarily using it for disinfection purposes, not intending to remove the iron and the manganese to that level. And so where it was put resulted in removing the iron and manganese, and it was to the detriment of the filters.
Mayor.
Yes.
Bart, did you say when this should come online?
It should come online in 2025, fiscal year 2025.
Thank you.
So to Councilman Turner's point, one of the other recommendations was directional flush. Directional flushing in the system will remove the sediment that's been deposited in the water lines throughout the distribution system. And the primary recommendation was to develop that program once you've stopped adding iron and manganese into the lines, to use the directional flushing to get the sediment that's in the lines already out. And so that's the important part, to get that done after you start removing the iron and the manganese out.
Okay.
The next item's Buns Canal rehabilitation. We take water from above the saltwater barrier. We bring it back to the river in an open water canal and then under the river through pipes. This is to address deterioration over the years of that canal and restore it back to its carrying capacity upon design. The Lawson's Canal Maintenance Project, this is to fix the damage from Harvey on Lawson's Canal to where we can keep Lawson's Canal as a backup to Collier's Ferry. It's predominantly funded with FEMA money because of the damage from Harvey. The Pine Street Treated Water Resiliency Line, there's 2 lines that pump finished water out of the Pine Street plant, and both of those lines are very, very old. This is to add 1 more line for treated water out of the Pine Street plant, in addition to 4 valves to allow us to isolate lines. And so the intention is to put this line in and then use those valves to shut off some of the older lines, assess the condition of them, and then we can determine whether they need to be replaced and with what sense of urgency on that. Transmission line inspections for Loeb. There's 2 lines that bring water from Loeb to the city of Beaumont. Both of those date back to the beginning of Loeb being put in the 50s. This is to inspect those lines, determine the condition of them, find out what the useful lifespan of them is going forward. The next one is to replace a lot of obsolete components within the SCADA system, or the computerized control system for the Pine Street plant, and then update the software for that. And then you'll see a few of these going through. We've done tank rehabs before, and this is to line them out over the 5-year period. So the next tank rehab is the prison ground storage in FY24. The lead and copper investigation, we're doing the pilot now. We've done 400 and something potholes of service lines in the city. We have not found any lead yet. We found some galvanized, but the EPA is requiring that we go through and we assess the complete inventory of the water lines throughout the city, and this is to fund the investigation and then potential replacement, anything we find. Lawson's pump station repairs. Once Collier's Ferry's up and running, we shut Lawson's down. Those pumps have run continuously since Lawson was put in. This is just to pull them out and do some rehab on them. There's 3 generators at the Pine Street plant. Those generators run in tandem to provide power to the plant. One of those generators is substantially older than the other 2. This is to replace the oldest one and upgrade it slightly for plant improvements. And then, like I'd mentioned earlier, this drops in some additional tank rehabilitation for elevated storage tanks throughout town. So the south elevated in FY25, northwest elevated in 26, Dishman elevated in 27, the Loeb steel ground in 28. And that will only leave the Loeb concrete ground, which is left in future consideration. The first 4 items in future consideration, the Pine Street waterline replacement 1 through 4. These are those 2 existing treated water lines coming out of the Pine Street plant, separated into 4 segments. So these are just projecting if we inspect them and we find that they're in need of replacing it. This is our rough estimate at the present time of what it would take to do so. And then the final item on here is the desludging project. Currently, we remove solids out of water at the Pine Street plant and we put it in the sanitary sewer system, which is not the best because it tends to cause blockages within that line as it solidifies. So this is to change from doing that to drying out the sludge on site and then trucking it off instead of putting it in the sanitary sewer system. If you flip the page, the West Water Treatment Plant has been left on there because we were still trying to pursue grant funding. It's in future consideration. And then the 2 TxDOT projects are fully reimbursable by TxDOT. They're water improvements that are necessary as part of the I-10 project. And the final 2 items on here are the Dallin and Point Parkway North potential road projects. This would be the water line portion of those projects. And that completes all of the water, if you have questions.
Yes. Mayor, if I may. I know we're running short on time. We can complete the rest of the CIP to council later. I know we have some people here who look like want to hear the homeless discussion for sure. And I would, if you would entertain going to that agenda item and having that discussion so we can make it through a clock council meeting. Unless there's some objections.
That's fine. All right, well, let's take a 5-minute break. So, City Manager, you want to bring us into the homelessness topic?
Yes, Mayor. We have a discussion today, or first with the presentation by Assistant City Manager Chris Boone on the homelessness situation. So, Chris, if you get us started on that, I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Mayor and Council, thank you. So, the next topic is homelessness. And particularly, we've had an increase of homeless camps in certain areas of the city. And so this is a difficult issue. Cities across the country are facing how to deal with this issue. This next slide really kind of identifies the reasons behind homelessness. So again, substance abuse, mental illness, certain life events, and then you've got some folks who just desire to live off the grid. And so, as you can see here, there's certainly some overlap in terms of these populations. But what does that mean on the impact of community in terms of homelessness and homeless camps in particular? So you've got sanitation and public health issues, drug use, prostitution, and then direct impacts to surrounding neighborhoods. So enjoyment of property, safety, devaluation of property, discouraging investment and reinvestment, and disparate impact on older parts of the city, less impact in newer parts of the city. So again, cities across the country are struggling with this issue. As mentioned in the prior slide, some of the issues that cause homelessness are some of the most complex issues that we face: substance abuse, mental illness, apart from economic stresses. Cities themselves have been left to struggle with the issue with what appears to be maybe decreasing assistance from federal, state, and often county assistance, because trying to address these issues are so expensive in order to deal with. And so cities, again, as this issue increases, they're left to try to not fix the issue, but try to manage the issue with an increasingly complicated legal landscape. And so I'll touch on this just briefly. The city of Boise, the case of Martin versus City of Boise, was a rather recent case which challenged the City of Boise's enforcement of its camping and disorderly conduct ordinances against persons experiencing homelessness. So in 2021, the city settled a lawsuit by agreeing to spend $1.3 million for additional shelter spaces, $435,000 for the plaintiff's attorney fees, and agreed to amend ordinances on public sleeping, as well as to train their police not to arrest individuals or issue citations when there is no shelter space available. So these are the kind of legal issues that cities now are increasingly facing in as they try to address the issue. More recently, you have Brown versus City of Phoenix. And in this case, again, here's a situation where the city is stuck in the middle in terms of what to do. This is a case, again, in Phoenix where the plaintiffs are alleging that the city refused to enforce criminal and quality of life laws prohibiting loitering, disturbing the peace, drunken and disorderly conduct, drug use, domestic violence, and obstruction of streets, sidewalks, and other public grounds inside what they refer to as the zone, which is a homeless encampment area. This trial is not set until July, but in the interim, the Maricopa County Superior Judge has issued an interim order ordering the city to clean up these camps. So again, cities across the country are kind of stuck in between this very, very complicated issue and how to try to address it. Looking more locally, these are just some photographs we've captured from around Beaumont. This is a location downtown in a vacant building. This is a photograph of a homeless camp that kind of cropped up a few years back, and we'll talk about this in a second, whereas a lot of the homeless camps used to be in more remote areas, they are now cropping up within residential neighborhoods. This is a aerial footage from 2018. This is, you can't really see, but basically MLK is to the top right corner. This is a railroad track just west of that. If you look to the kind of bottom left of the frame, you'll see some blue spots within the woods. Those are camps within the woods, but you can see they're well away from neighborhoods, basically in an industrial area of the city. Fast forward to 2019, you can see where they shifted a little bit to the east. And then you see in 2023, they're gone. And so a lot of times what happens is, whether it's railroad property or other property owners, they will ask these folks to move out of their property. The question is, where do they go? So more recently, is the last legislative session, HB 1925 was approved, enacted in 2021, signed by the governor, and it bans encampments in all public areas. So local governments can choose to designate space on government-owned properties for people experiencing homelessness, but you have to get the camp essentially approved by the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. Again, this is for public properties. And the TDHCA guidelines require acknowledgement and consideration of health care, availability of indigent care, access to public transportation, law enforcement resources, mental health coordination. And for those folks that violate this, it's a Class C misdemeanor, up to $500 fine for camping in a public space. So cities must comply with the ban, cannot adopt any policy that prohibits or discourages the enforcement of the ban. And so this is a kind of a rough map of where some camps were back in 2019. You probably recall in Beaumont where there were a lot of camps along the interstate under overpasses. So with HB 1925 coming online, what you see was those were cleared, and now you see more shifting into neighborhoods. In terms of what does our homeless population look like in Beaumont, every year HUD mandates that we do what's called a point-in-time count or PIT count. These are the numbers since 2017 for Jefferson, Orange, and Hardin County. So you can see in 2017 we had about 400. In 2023 we're down to 290 for the 3 county areas. If you look at Beaumont proper, it's 235. Now these numbers, pretty much everyone accepts that they're probably lower than they actually are, but these are the best numbers that we have. So you can see for the last 6 or so years, there hasn't been a significant increase in the count. So in terms of the available sheltering, Salvation Army does have a facility, and you can see they have, roughly they're able to house about 50 to 60 individuals at their facility. And just going back to, again, our most recent count, Beaumont 235. So again, the purpose of today's discussion point is for staff to try to have some or determine some guidance from council in terms of how to move forward within the city of Beaumont. And so, we have been looking at, different sheltering options, looking across other cities, other states, what that can look like can range from $50 to $500,000 per year per person just depending on how many services you allot to the issue. And again, going back to the complexity of the issue, you think, well, just provide an apartment for them or just provide a shelter for them. But in the case of many of these folks who are affected by homelessness, they need case management. They need to be surrounded with services. And so that's where it starts to get much, much more expensive. The next point I mentioned, the pallet shelters. You may have seen in other cities where they have the tiny house or the tent camping. These pallet shelters, I'll jump ahead and show you a picture of them. These are becoming popular in some cities because it does provide a degree of shelter, more than a tent, but less than maybe a full facility. These can range, depending on the amenities you provide, from 10 to 12,000 per. And again, with facilities required and land, plus the cost, the ongoing cost of maintaining the property, it could range, depending on the number you have, up to $1 million, $1.5 million a year. Again, as mentioned, Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs needs to approve these. So if you look at the obstacle, if we were to go down this path of providing some direct shelter, one of the obstacles, of course, we would have would be funding. I'll talk a little bit about the funding. Beaumont itself does not have the benefit of being, of course, a Houston, Austin, or San Antonio, where you have direct funding allocated to the issue. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a second. This is an interesting statistic. If you look at our count of homeless per 10,000, it's 22 per 10 roughly in Beaumont, whereas Austin has 22 per 10,000 roughly. I bring that up because, again, as I mentioned, the different colors of counties identified here are different areas where they get direct funding for homelessness, whereas we are one of the orange counties. And so we have to compete with the other orange counties for funding. So my point being is we just don't necessarily have as much funding. Apart from private sources, nonprofits, we don't have as much funding as we certainly need. So again, the question for us to discuss today, and hopefully the staff to get some guidance, is to how to move forward with this issue. Do we continue with the status quo? Do we increase enforcement of current codes? Do we develop an ordinance to keep camps out of neighborhoods and perhaps place them in more and more industrial or commercial areas? Or do we increase funding for local providers? And so again, we're hoping to get some guidance from council on how to move forward.
Okay, any questions? Councilman Neal.
Well, we can't keep doing what we're doing because it's obviously not working. What about some type of tent ordinance or camping ordinance?
So we have looked at that in the past. We just have to be cognizant that, and Sheree can probably speak to this a little better, but while we're in a different federal district, and, to my knowledge, HB 1925 hasn't been challenged in any way. The concern is that we may be, if we just enforce a camping ban, then we may, you run the risk of being, of getting a challenge from some homeless advocates, a la kind of the city of Boise.
Councilman Gett.
And yet we also have a case that's pending, set for trial in July, where citizens have complained that their community is not enforcing various laws that, we're going to have to keep a watchful eye on. But to address your last concern, it seems to me that in order to do a camping ordinance banning tent camping within the city, you almost have to have a place to tell people where they can go. We do have the Salvation Army shelter, but it's for limited duration and limited capacity. And, you know, some people don't want to be in a shelter, they want to be in their tent. And so, with that in mind, I know some citizens have identified some property that they might be willing to make available to the city to implement some sort of a camping location. But that is still going to have funding to provide some of the other components, such as sanitation and other things that the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs is going to require. Have you run numbers on what it would cost for us to implement something like that?
No, the only preliminary numbers, like I said, was looking at that pallet shelter. But I think short answer is no. But I think coming out of this work session, if there's interest in perhaps us pursuing that, we would then have to put pencil to paper to see, is there available property? How much does it cost? Do we own it? And then, you know, we're going to have to provide water, showers, you know, some degree of security and monitoring. You know, whether that's the city directly or we contract with a third party.
Well, I can't obviously speak for all of council, but I do not think that the city of Beaumont wants to be in the business of running a shelter. And so, you know, we would be looking at contracting out with a third party, 501c3, or some other form of nonprofit to run anything if the city was to provide it. We also have to come back to the question of, do we want to take Family Services up on their prior offer, even though I don't know how formalized it is, but they have indicated that they were willing to make their current facility available to the city as they transition towards their new facility out on Concord. In that regard, you know, that their current facility has a lot of amenities and a lot of things that would be very positive in terms of providing not only transitional housing, but conventional tent camping as well. But the location of where it is right now is a little bit problematic in that it is in the middle of pretty commercial areas where I just don't know what the atmosphere would be like for the people that are surrounding that area to put up with a homeless facility right there in their midst.
Yeah, I think the where is going to be, you know, a tricky question. So in my mind is if there's a consensus from council to pursue different options, or the options of providing some camp locations, again, through a third party, you know, we would go back and come up with maybe some different options as to whether it's at that location, whether it's at the, you know, location B or C, and then what the cost would look like.
So I'm with Councilmember Neal. What we have now is not working. And for all the reasons that you listed on that earlier slide, how it impacts detrimentally neighborhoods and reinvestment and the public safety and security concerns, we've got to do something.
Councilman Felshaw.
Chris, why does Dallas, Austin, and San Antonio get direct funding from the state and Beaumont does not qualify for that?
I do not know the history of it. My initial thought was just because they're larger cities, and sometimes larger cities get direct allocations for different programs. However, there are some, I think College Station, some other maybe smaller jurisdictions and even counties get funding. So I don't know, but we can certainly try to find that out for you.
Well, I figured it was the size of the city, but when you look at your notes and it talks about Austin's count and our count based on percentage, we're the same.
Correct. Per capita.
Per capita, we're the same. And so there comes someone maybe with some information.
Would you like me to respond?
Yeah, sure. So real quick, this is Janelle White. She's with the Southeast Texas Homeless Coalition.
I am. We're a program of the Regional Planning Commission. And the answer to your question about funding for larger areas is they are designated as continuums of care through HUD. And locally, we are part of the Balance of State Continuum of Care, which are all of those orange counties that y'all saw. But I want to be clear that we are not competing with other counties for funds. We have over $1 million allocated by HUD every year for this region. We don't have organizations who can claim it. It's a reimbursement program, and our organizations who are doing the work in the community cannot put up that money up front and then hope to get paid in 6 to 9 months. And that's really the barrier for organizations. We have plenty of them in this community who want to do the work and want to help with shelters and want to help with all the other services, but it's that money up front that they can't afford.
Yeah, and to Dr. White's point, there is, as you get to bigger cities, there's not only obviously more money and more population and more issues, but they have infrastructure that we certainly don't have. So you have a lot of foundations, you have a lot more institutions and infrastructure to handle it. And so, to Dr. White's point, a lot of this money's on reimbursement basis, but we have seen some recent funding opportunities that came through that those cities get direct allocation, and I think it was $7 million that the balance of state was having to look at competing for. So,
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Turner and Councilman Neal.
Chris, I think one of the struggles that we need to discuss is location. I think almost anywhere you can say in our area, you'll have neighbors, residents, and businesses that more than likely would not be in favor for it being right next to them, no matter if it was 1, 2, 3, or 4. So I think a possible solution that we can look at exploring is the Dream Center at the county level. I'm not saying it's one size fit all, but it's an actual solution that we can look into, maybe a partnership between, since we're Southeast Texas, like the county's saying, maybe a partnership between the city, Groves, Port Arthur, and of course Beaumont probably may kick in a little bit more support because we have the biggest hub, but I think that's more of a safer option where you won't get as much pushback from residents, because contrary to wherever you say it's going to be a huge issue with each ward council member as well as us who are over this council. So if we can look at a more strategic approach to location and at least sit down with the county to see what options are available that's, isolated where these, where everybody can get kind of accustomed back to, regular living, even with the tiny homes, tents, they can have options. And I think that center already has like dormitory living, but we can kind of convert it to kind of make it make some more sense. But I think that's an option. The biggest hurdle is the placement. Right. And I think that's what we're not really getting at, but the placement is the biggest thing. I understand what Mike is saying with the area with family services, but understand, that Sam's one of our biggest retailers right there. You got home furniture, and you got also the neighborhood, Chris Durio's ward. So I think though it's a good idea, I just think the location, no matter what we say, will be tough in Beaumont. So I think if we look at options like that, maybe that may be a good route to go. I even had a foundation that stepped up and said if we were able to work out something to get it at the Dream Center, they would take care of the food for the next 10 years, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So they've made that commitment. If we can find a location similar to, I can get in the right too.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Neal.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think something else that nobody wants to talk about, but I'll go ahead and say it. I think we're fooling ourselves if we really think that the vast majority of these people will come stay at a homeless camp. That's just not going to solve the big problem. It might give us a loophole to not get sued by somebody and then allow us to pass a camping ordinance, but it's not going to solve the big problem.
Chris?
Well,
You're stating that because you feel like they won't.
No, they don't want to. They don't want to abide by the rules. They want to. you're gonna have one of these camps and you're gonna ban drugs, you're gonna ban alcohol, you're gonna ban all this stuff, and that's not the way they wanna live. And sorry if I offend people by saying that, but it's just a fact.
So Mayor, I'll just, one of the early slides I had was we probably can't fix, quote unquote, fix the homeless issue, but we can, try to do what we can to manage it. But in terms of Beaumont as our community, you're right, we're not going to fix the issue, but if we go down that route by providing some additional options for these folks, I think that would allow us to enforce some of the public health and safety requirements that we really need to enforce in order to address some of these issues within our neighborhoods.
And to that point, you can't do both. You can't say, enforce things but not have a plan in place to protect the city in the event of fallout. And so it's a balancing act. We have to be able to enforce our ordinances and our in the public health and safety code, but there's a conflicting law that says in order for you to do that, you have to do this. And so we have to balance the requirement to do those things in order to, on the back end, enforce our ordinance. And I think that the outcry from the business owners and those citizens who are being impacted by this is that we just want you to enforce your ordinances. And the city can't do that unless we have a designate. You can't create a camping ban and not have somewhere to go. That's what the law says. In order for us to say you can't camp here, we have to say, but you can camp here. And the caveat to that is, but you also have to make sure that they have access to services. And so there's so many things that the legislature has compiled on the city that makes it impossible to enforce our ordinances unless we do those other things. And so it's not necessarily to solve the homeless problem, because I agree with you, a lot of individuals don't want to follow the rules, and they want to live off the grid, and they want to do the things that they want to do. Those individuals aren't really our focus. Our focus is on being able to enforce our ordinance.
Councilman Getz.
I totally understand about the location of family services being problematic, Councilman Turner. And I'm not opposed to looking at the Dream Center as a possible location for placement of homeless people, although I do think that the county that owns that, Jefferson County, has contracted with another organization, and they've got their own program there, and so I don't know what type of conflict might be created contractually there. But I do know that there are businessmen, some of which are here today, don't know if they want to address or talk to us. I'll welcome you if you do, that have identified some rather rural locations that could be made available. And I see Mr. Broussard does want to address this, so please.
Thank you. I'm listening to this presentation about the homeless, or the unsheltered is the new buzzword, and I'm hearing obstacles that are being presented that would keep us from putting a camping area together. We have all the elements here. I'm no expert on the law. I've read the statute from the state. We have to provide potable water. We have to provide toilet facilities that can be portable. We have all the services in place that we've already heard from some other place that has cleaned up the act. It's perfect. We have a bus service. We have police service. I've identified 2 or 3 sites around the city that we don't feel like there'll be any objection. So there's 2 or 3 good reasons why we should establish a primitive camping site. No pallet shelters, no tent shelters, no $15,000 per individual, because, Taylor, you're right. People don't want to live by the rules. So we are having a terrible effect on the image of Beaumont. As people drive downtown, the city spent $60 million plus on a development of Calder Avenue, and they have to drive past this to get to some place that hopefully one day will develop. It is counterintuitive. So there are a few good reasons why we should do this. I'm listening to all the reasons why we shouldn't. It's in front of us. We can do it. But you're killing the communities. We are killing the communities for allowing the certain segment of individuals to exercise their liberties over the liberties of taxpayers. Thank you for hearing.
No, and I agree with you, Mr. Broussard, and I, for one, and as chair of the Mayor's Homeless Coalition, I've been at this now for a lot longer than I anticipated I would. But you know, I feel like I have a pretty good handle on, you know, the problems that the homeless face. I feel like I have a pretty good idea on the obstacles we face as a city. And I support, just one council member, I support moving forward with looking at developing a camping ban and providing an alternative place for citizens to camp that choose to do so that is outside of neighborhoods. Our current problem is that we have private property owners that allow public camping or camping on their property and with permission. So when we have that type of a situation, if the objective is to try to eliminate that campsite, then we're going to have to go after the property owner and, you know, do that from a public nuisance standpoint. You know, and if we have a camping ban, an ordinance standpoint, and again, cognizant of the potential legal consequences, we need to provide them a place to go. And it's also the right thing to do. So that's where I'm at.
You know, I think if I could just comment, Mayor, that I think those go hand in hand if we go down that route. And the other thing to keep in mind is a lot of this is new and emerging. So like the law I mentioned is 2021. These cases are still emerging. Cities, again, across the country are struggling with this. So we want to do the best we can, but we understand that, you know, it may not be perfect at first, and we can always, you know, shift gears as we go through this process because it is also very new.
Mr. Boone, one of the things I took away is y'all were wanting to get direction from how council felt about pursuing the camping ban and looking at options for these camps, and it seems to me that that much of the council does believe that this is something that we need to explore further. So the staff perhaps can get into that, and maybe Mr. Broussard could provide locations that he had suggested, as well as Dream Center and other locations that we're aware of, and y'all explore that a little bit more.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for. You know, we were being asked to enforce things pretty aggressively. And me as a manager, you know how sensitive that can be and how the political fallout can be at some point on you if we go and just start wholesale arresting people, homeless people, and moving them around. So I wanted this feedback from this council as a group, not one or two, as a group, to how you felt about that, how you wanted to progress. So whatever you choose to do, that's what we'll do and enforce. But I just want to make sure that politically, and we want to make sure we respect property owners and their rights too. But I just wanted that before we went out there and started being really aggressive with the process.
Mayor, we still have that council meeting at 3, and I know that the city manager really wanted to get to council member comments regarding goals and priorities for the next coming year. If we hope to be timely out of here by 2:30 to allow a safe drive back to the city council. I think that needs to happen now.
Okay, and if you want to do them verbally, you can, or if you want to submit it to me in writing, everybody can submit them in writing if that's an option, but if you want to do it publicly, we can.
I think writing is beautiful.
We can submit them in writing. We'll go ahead with councilman comments right now, and then,
okay.
And you have mentioned that those can be submitted. Is that?
Yep, submitting them would be great because that would allow staff a chance to eat.
Yes, as well as some of us as well. Councilman Neal?
Oh, I'm good. Like I said, back to the CIP, my big question on all of this is just the funding mechanism and what's the cost and how we're going to pay for it.
I think that would have been included in the presentation had we had a chance to get through it, but I think that we'll just schedule that for the next workshop.
Yeah. Right. Councilman Samuel?
I think I understand where we're going, but I'll refrain from giving the idea until we get some of these issues back. So I'll just hold my comments at this point. I need a little further guidance.
On what, council member? I'm sorry.
Well,
on the comments back for the agenda item?
On the CIP, I'm pretty good, but one, I wanted to get a better idea of what projects we're looking at doing and the index that we're getting for the sidewalk. Those are things I believe we're moving forward in a proper manner. I'm good with the fiscal update. I'm good with the compensation study. The CIP, I'm good with that, but there are a few, I guess, clarifications I need to get. But my main concern today was, well, I was hoping to get to the downtown, but we'll deal with that later. But I think we're moving in the right direction by getting an idea of what we're going to do or what this council wants to do. And I think I understand that. Are you asking for something more than that?
No, you're on target.
Okay. I'm good.
But it's evident we're gonna have another budget workshop before.
Right. As I understood it, what we were trying to do today was, one, establish some criteria as to what we're interested in seeing done. And we're moving what we're gonna address. We're doing that. We've done that with the 6 items that we presented on the agenda today. And it's my understanding we're gonna have another meeting, or there will be some follow-up, just as we have from this first strategic plan. We're gonna have some follow-up. Am I correct?
Yes, there'll be follow-up. But just for the agenda item on council member comments about your priorities and goals, to be clear, again, you can submit those to me.
Okay, I'll submit them in writing, but...
And then we'll compile them and share them with the entire group.
That's fine.
Just know what you submit, the entire council's going to see everybody's.
Well, my main concern was we being fiscally sound. Secondly, we do something about the heart of our city, which is downtown, so that we can continue to have a sustainable city. And infrastructure, I think that's been addressed. So I'm good so far. And I love, the main thing, I'm pleased with the, Fuses. I'm ready to go with that.
Well, if y'all want to give them to me right now, I'll take them. It's confused. Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Councilman Felshaw?
Well, to conserve time, I'll get my priorities to you in writing.
Okay.
I do appreciate what Councilman Getz said, being over the Homeless Coalition. I do know that this homeless situation is a challenge for us because we're trying to find the balance between protecting property and their rights and so forth, but yet still caring for the homeless population. So I would just encourage us to move forward with common sense and compassion, as we are compassionate towards these people, but yet we use common sense in how we address it. I think if we strike that balance, I think the citizens of Beaumont will be happy. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Turner.
I already prepared my list. I'll get it to you today. And secondly, I really think as a council, it's extremely important that we sit down and get on the same page as far as our goals and our objectives for the staff members we actually supervise, as far as our city manager, our city attorney, our city magistrate, and our clerk. When it comes down to evaluation and making sure we're hitting goals and we're doing what we want to do, I think it's important as a council that they know what our expectations are. So if in the near future, can we get together before evaluations come, where they can at least know as a council what are our expectations, because it's kind of hard to evaluate them if they don't know as a council, even with a new mayor, what our expectations are. So I will hope in the near future, sooner than later, we can get on the same page. I don't know if it can be done in the executive session or it has to be done in the public or the workshop, but if we can please give them some direction of our expectations, I think that'd be beneficial. And secondly, I'd just like to ask the mayor if we can finish this before the second workshop, July 27th. Last thing I would want to do is show up on the 27th, and I think we got downtown left and some other important things that we can't touch on before we come to the 27th, kind of shoring up the budget.
And we will, I'll be visiting with city staff on when we can get this finished, because obviously we've got lots of issues we hadn't been able to cover before we proceed on the budget for this coming year. So Councilman Getz?
I want to thank our city manager and your staff for going in a new direction on how our CIP is presented, and it's such a departure, a welcome departure from what we've had in the past. Planning is obviously something that's important to you, Mr. Williams. It's important to me, and the type of plans that we are laying now will provide the groundwork for where we are going to be in the future. Without a plan, it's impossible to know where you're going to go. And so we're moving in the right direction by doing this. It's not a quick process, but it is the right process. So thank you.
Councilman Durio?
Oh, yeah, Manager, I'll get my notes to you, but just like Councilman Getz said, thank you and the staff for putting this together, all the presenters. You guys did a real good job. And your CIP, the information that you gave us, and explain it, and even the little different color codes that could explain what was what. I really appreciate that. And it is something new that I hadn't experienced since I've really been on council. So thank you, manager, and your staff. And guys did a good job. That's all I got.
City manager?
We'll be scheduling a budget meeting before the 27th for sure, because we have a lot of things to work through. So I look forward to getting the feedback from you. Thanks for your patience today. After this, we will be meeting with the department heads to put together some more definitive things for their departments, and that'll be coming back to you, where each department head will come before you and give a presentation. We'll try to make it more concise for you, but you'll get to hear from each department head too in this process. And we're going to get there before what's due, and what we're going to do is, at the end of this process, present a balanced budget to you for your consideration.
Thank you, City Manager. The City Clerk?
I'm sorry, nothing, Mayor.
Mr. Semino?
No comment.
Mark?
No comment.
Nothing, Mayor.
Nothing, thank you.
Well, before I dismiss us or adjourn us here, I just want to thank the city staff. It's been sworn in. Oh,
Oh, no. I was literally complimenting you on being able to read my face. Continue.
that's what I did. But no, I just want to thank all the city staff for my first week, and we spent a lot of hours together, and it's been well informed and well welcomed, and I appreciate how everybody is helping with the transition, and I certainly look forward to all these issues that we're going to be tackling this summer. It sounds like we're going to have a busy summer, so we will be maybe scheduling something on a Saturday if we can talk about that, city manager, and otherwise, meeting adjourned.